Morning, everybody.
Don't do that anymore.
I hate the morning stiffness.
And there was a time when you were much younger, you used to love it.
No, I'm talking about the arm.
I
know.
I
But
know.
boom.
I
Shoot,
know.
That's funny.
I was making.
I just realized it. I just realized it.
Morning.
Oh man. No worries, coffin ball. Not concerned. Thank you. Whew. No. Yeah, I don't get it. Don't get it. Don't get it.
Not at the moment, Ryan, but we're working on it. All right.
Is that tonight? That fight's tonight, right?
Yes. I think it's worthy of a poll question.
Which is funny because there were a couple of people who called for us to do patty melt or French dip.
I'm in.
Look at ambient. Hey-o!
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Fired up for the show. Lee Sterling, Pat Kirwan, Steve Carney. The Rays have a temporary home. Is this a big step to staying in the Tampa-St. Pete area? We'll talk about that. A lot of people, by the way, have reached out to me, Mark. We've talked about it this week. And we always wonder when we talk about something that's not football during football season, do people care? A lot of people actually have reached out and said, hey, like you're talking about this story, this interests us. I really care.
Well, that's fantastic. We like when you care about what we talk about. It makes our job a little easier.
Right. We don't want you to be bored. We don't want you to be, what the heck are those yahoos talking about?
That was a little extra oomph on that. How the heck are you?
Well, I was worried.
How the heck are you?
I was worried. Sorry. I did a college basketball game last night, and I can feel that my voice is not 100%. Okay. It's, between the morning and just really taxing it a lot last night. So I felt like, listen, you gotta cover up here. You gotta, go hard. Besides, it's a football Friday.
Never need any reasons for me to add on to the how the heck are you, David. I just thought that you had a little more oomph there. And I there is nothing wrong with more oomph.
I have a question, maybe a series of questions you could help me answer. Is it a Dan thing? Is it, if you're a head football coach and your name is Dan, you don't kick field goals? Is that an ordinance? Is that in a contract somewhere? What am I missing?
I don't know, but there are certain coaches in this league, David, that do not like to kick field goals.
Okay. Mark, we all prefer 6-3.
Right.
Right?
Absolutely. Or
Okay.
25-6 or 4.
Very well played. Well done. But we're starting what's that, about a 50-year-old music reference? 40, at least 40.
Sure. It's probably closer to 50.
Okay, good. No. I just want to know where we're starting and where, we can go for the rest of the show. So I get it. 6/3. Except when 3 will give you the lead. What am I missing? We don't punt anymore. We don't kick the extra point anymore. We don't kick the field goal anymore. I don't get it. Seriously. If my analytics person told me when I can kick a field goal in a fourth quarter for the lead, you need to go for it here, I would say, okay, I got it. You're fired. Field goal? Come on now. Not only that, they're outplaying you. And they're...
Well, now I think that has a lot to, sorry to cut you off there, David, but I think that part should be factored into the analytics department. Because analytics only account for what's happened in the past. They don't account for what's happening in the present.
Also, analytics are, 1,000, 5,000, 60,000 simulations. Okay, is the quarterback Daniel Jones or Patrick Mahomes? Who are the receivers? Is it 72 degrees in a dome? Or is it 43 degrees with 30-mile-an-hour winds? I mean, come on now. I mean, seriously. I mean, if I own the Commanders, I'd say, Dan, you're doing a hell of a job. What in the world was your thinking there? Well, yeah, don't ever think that way again. Got it? All right. Have a good weekend. Enjoy your mini bye. I mean, they got whooped, especially after that. I mean, they just, but come on. Seriously, what am I missing?
You're not missing it. To me, you're not missing anything.
Was there anybody out there?
I thought the idea, and I could be way off, at the end of the game, you're supposed to have more points in your opposition.
Yes.
So when you get an opportunity to have more points in your opposition, particularly late in the game, you should take that.
Not only that, their kicker had just missed an extra point.
2 field goals already.
I mean, there's no guarantee that you're going to lose, even though they're moving it up and down the field. Come on, man. You got to be kidding me. I mean, seriously. You've got to be kidding me. Todd Bowles not going for 2 or Dan Quinn not kicking the field goal. I don't get it. And I mean it. I don't get it. I get it's a hard job. I do. He's not calling plays either. I mean, he had time to think this over.
Particularly with those great plays on second and third down.
Exactly. But, I mean, damn.
He didn't have a good game on the whole because then later in the game, they fatutzed around, David, and were running the ball on second and third down when they needed a touchdown, when they needed 2 scores. His clock management at the end was pathetic too.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to find out that Daniels is a little more banged up, that the rib injury and what have you. That's what I wondered there. I wondered if that play calling was, we're going to try to protect the quarterback here. Which, of course, if he's that banged up, you wonder, do you need to put the other guy in? But, okay. Whew. I don't get it. I don't. I know it's a hard job. I get it. Things move fairly quickly. I get that. But was there anybody out there, and I mean anybody, who was okay with him going for it? 21,000 on the text line, Twitch chat room, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. And I mean anybody. Because there at least were people who were fine with Bowles kicking the extra point. Is there anybody okay? Down 2 in the fourth quarter, 4th down, not kicking the field goal to take the lead. And you're getting outplayed.
Yeah, the yardage was ridiculous.
Ridiculous. I mean, did they have 200 yards on offense at that point?
I don't think they did at that point, David.
I'm shocked. I am. This isn't a rookie head coach.
I don't know what to tell you, David.
Not only that, Mark, he's a defensive head coach. What defensive head coach doesn't take the points to take the lead?
Well, Dan Quinn.
I know.
We've got one. It's a small sample size. I'm just going to use last night's game as an example.
Wow.
Wasn't a good fourth quarter for Quinn. And you're giving him a pass at the end of the game. Then you had the wrong guy in. You've got to get the ball in the end zone to try to get it back.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, because otherwise, and it's not Quinn, it's Kingsbury at that point, because Dan gives the whole offense over to Cliff. So, that one you go to Kingsbury on. So I'm just wondering, because that play calling was so strange also. It's like we're down 2 scores, there's 5 minutes to go. We're running the ball. And it's not like you're got the Eagles line.
Right. We're not hustling. We're running the ball and seeming to take our time getting back to the line of scrimmage and say, it's okay if we eat up 30 seconds here. Right. If you kicked a field goal and you were winning at that point, that would have been the right play.
Or if you'd kicked the field goal and you were only down 6 instead of 9. Canada Relief said it had been early third. I wouldn't care so much. Yeah, actually, I'd still be like, take the damn lead. What is wrong with points? When did we stop taking points? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. If you scored a field goal on every possession, you'd win a minimum of 12 games. I don't care what team you have. A minimum of 12. You'd probably win 14 or more.
Good to see we've got a fired up Moulton for a great football Friday, a great weekend of football ahead of us. One game in the books that has David hot and bothered, with just reason, but we've got some big games to talk about. A couple on Saturday and then a tremendous Sunday. Ravens and Steelers, Chiefs and Bills. And then we'll throw a little Bengals and Chargers at you just for good measure.
By the way, Bills Chiefs is Lee Sterling's game of the week. How about that?
Have you seen what Mahomes' numbers are when he's an underdog?
Yeah. I remember we went through this in the AFC Championship game and some Yahoo on this show picked the Ravens. That would be me, by the way.
His numbers as an underdog are re-damn-diculous.
And the whole week, I'm like, Mark kept saying, David, I cannot bet against Patrick Mahomes. Okay, well, you're going down this week. Okay. So I'm guessing I know what Mark's pick on the Chiefs-Bills game is because I don't think his thought has changed.
No, it hasn't. If I do anything, I sit this one out. But if you bet it, you bet Mahomes.
Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday with a touch of Steve Carney, which can be a Football Friday because he covers armed services football. I mean, we can talk Army and Navy, and Navy with a huge game, by the way.
Navy's got a big one this week.
Navy beats Tulane. Army Navy's the AAC title game, and then they play the Army Navy game.
And the second one matters more.
Yes, it does. In fact, they may cancel the first one and just have the second one count for both. Miller and Moulton, thanks for being with us on a Football Friday.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, if by big program there, Palkowitz, you mean the WNBA, yes. There, we have 2 poll questions up.
Did you do them both?
I did them both.
Look at you.
You know, EB, I was thinking the same thing. If they sell out every game and there's a huge demand for tickets in Tampa and people are all in, do they, particularly because I don't know what's going to happen with this Trop thing. I really don't.
Well, no, I mean, EB, no, in my opinion, because, they have a deal to build the stadium in St. Pete.
But do they?
Here's the other thing. Ray J is what? Approaching right around 30 years old? Okay. I mean, let's just say Hillsborough County, let's just say it's falling apart in St. Pete. And Hillsborough County wants to step in to save the Rays. The Tampa Bay Bucks are going to call up and go, no, if you're spending money on a stadium, you're spending it on us. You choose, Bucks or Rays.
Patty Melt off to an early lead.
Yeah, I got to vote.
No kidding. It's important.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
This is already a wild Football Friday.
Football Friday!
We haven't done a poll question in 2 weeks. Longer?
At least.
Mark made the comment, when we get a sponsor, we'll go back to doing the poll questions. It's a combination of, we're not good at it. That is the biggest thing, to be brutally honest. It's just a weakness in Miller and Moulton. And it's both of us. We're not good at them. Some shows are great at them. Some shows do 6 a day. They're so good at coming up with interesting poll questions. We're decent talking sports. We can't do the poll questions. You guys hate our poll questions. We get 38 responses. Seriously. Unless we do a poll question like one of the 2 that Mark posted during the break.
It has been a hot topic of debate on the show over the course of the week because Tuesday was, I believe it was Tuesday, was National French Dip Day. My favorite sandwich.
And Panera Bread has apparently come out with a new French dip also, the advertising this week. And I'm like, oh, look at that.
And I just made the comment to David that that's my favorite sandwich. Yours is the patty melt, right?
Correct.
And so we're going mano a mano here. French dip versus patty melt.
Yeah.
Winner take all, loser leave town sandwich match.
Of course, the loser has to eat the other guy's favorite sandwich, I think. I mean, it's
that
really,
would be, which neither of us would have a problem with.
No, this is a total win-win situation here. It's like 2 mayors and they come up with some bet on the game. And it's like, I got to admit, hope I win, but losing wouldn't suck.
So French dip versus patty melts up. Patty melt off to an early lead. Surprised. But also the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul fights tonight on Netflix.
Right. And if you
Tyson slapped him yesterday in the presser.
he did. He's playing the role. I mean, that's so classic, staged crap. But hey, whatever. Just trying to sell tickets, get people to buy or what have you. All right. Go for it. Come on. Mike Tyson doesn't slap somebody. Mike Tyson punches somebody. He slapped Jake Paul. Come on. Like that wasn't staged.
Of course it was. 14-ounce glove, 2-minute rounds. Do you take the over?
Oh, yeah. What is the over under?
I thought it was 5.5.
And this an 8-round fight?
Yes.
Which is only 16 minutes? Golly. I'm not going to watch. I've made the determination. I'll be in a hotel room. I could probably, it's a decent hotel. I bet it has Netflix, or I could arrange for it, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm actually a little interested, though, in the result, but I'm not going to do it.
You'd rather watch Wyoming and Colorado State tonight? Is that what it is?
As a matter of fact, that game really interests me.
Of course it does. It's a rivalry game, David.
And it's a Friday night college football game, and I like my Friday night college football games. All right, I lost on a backdoor cover last week, but Fridays have been good to me. We're going to go down that well again. We'll play a Friday night game coming up.
Attaboy.
Yep. For the record, I'm only making 5 picks this week.
Whoa!
Well, I'd been doing the 8 picks, and it'd been getting progressively worse. 5 and 3, 4 and 4, 3 and 5. It's like, well, okay. All right. The steam ran out of this. Let's just go back to 5 and see how you do. So, 10 games below 500. I'm going to have to do about 37 picks one week to just try to, get back to even.
Is that what you drip to, is 10 games below?
I'm 10 games below. But remember, I was 9 games below 3 weeks into the season. I was 3 and 12 our first 3 weeks.
No, it's
basically been 500 ever since. So Lee with his picks coming up in a little more than 30 minutes time. Hey, what do you think about what the Rays announced yesterday?
David, I don't know what choice they had. I thought it made the most sense to play in Steinbrenner Field for a year and announce that that's where they're going to play. It's the largest spring training facility, I believe, in Florida.
A shade over 11,000 seats.
I would have loved the barnstorming tour of playing at several places, but the union was going to never go for that.
I just didn't think a current organization would give up their facility for the year, if you know what I mean. I didn't, because like the Tampa Yankees, and I understand it's Class A ball, but the Tampa Yankees are not going to play a single game at Steinbrenner Field, I believe. They're going to play some games in Dunedin, some games in Clearwater. They're going to have to move around. That's my understanding is the deal.
And the Rays are paying the Yankees, I believe, a decent chunk of money to play there.
$15 million.
Right.
I saw something really funny yesterday.
That should get the Yankees perhaps a third starter.
Maybe a fourth starter.
Maybe a fourth? Okay.
Yeah, maybe a fourth. In fact, I think they're already on the hook for 20 a year for Marcus Stroman. So, you know what the $15 million will help them do? Release DJ LeMahieu. He's got 2 years left on his contract, and the Rays will pay off one of them. That's what I think it might do. But I saw something pretty funny yesterday. They listed the Rays payroll for 2025. Right now, the Yankees are the most expensive thing on their payroll. There's not a player on their team making more than what they're paying the Yankees. And it just looked hysterical. Rays payroll, and at the top of it, $15 million, New York Yankees.
They'll still win 84 games.
Just trying to make light of a awkward situation.
Which minor league team draws better next year? The Sacramento, what are they? The Aths?
The Oz? Is that how David Sampson pronounced it? The Oz? I don't know. Come on, they got to be, or no, the Aths. You're right.
Aths. That's
Aths.
yeah, the Aths.
Right. They're not the A's, they're the Aths.
Yeah, the Sacramento Aths or the Tampa Rays. Which minor league team draws better? Or you could add the Miami Marlins to the mix.
Well, let's see. 81 home dates at a max. Because Sacramento's like 400 less. Their capacity is like 10-7, I think. So in theory, if the Rays were to sell out every game, they'd outdraw Sacramento.
I hope they sell out every game. It'd kind of be embarrassing if they don't.
Oh, they're not going to. They're not going to. Games are outdoors.
In Tampa, though.
Mm-hmm.
What people have always wanted to see, and I know it's outdoors. I get it. But what the talk has always been, it's just too much of a pain in the butt to drive across the bay to go to a game. Now it's in your backyard. Will they attend?
I'm curious how many people will buy season tickets who have never bought season tickets before. How many people in Tampa are like, well, I can't go to the games at St. Pete, the traffic, that time of day, blah, blah, blah. Because we've talked about this. They get excellent TV and radio ratings. It's not like people in the area don't like the team, don't support the team. They just don't get in the car and drive to St. Pete to support the team. Steinbrenner Field, by the way, right near Ray J. Also right near Mons. But anyway.
Good to know. For before or after the game.
Right. This call to the bullpen brought to you by.
We'll see the starter at table 4 in a matter of minutes. Miller and Moulton, the starting 5 is next. Thanks so much for listening on a Football Friday.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
They're going to have so many games that aren't even going to start until 9 o'clock at night.
Mm-hmm.
So I bet the Panthers last night. That worked out well.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Wow. New Jersey with a statement week.
Yes,
Damn.
it was. Should have bet Tampa. They looked great last night. No Braden Point and still kicked the Jets' butt.
This just in against New Jersey. The Panthers might want to stay out of the box. The Devils were nearly the over by themselves. Scored that power play goal with 2 seconds left in a period. Then they scored another power play goal with 11 seconds left in a period.
Mm-hmm. Those are what they call backbreakers in the business.
Is that what those are?
Yeah, those are backbreakers.
Do we mark it down right now on January 14th when they play in New Jersey? We bet the Panthers? No? And proof last night, even when one team has a howler buck, it's always nice to have a Vasilevsky.
What is it? The youngest ever or the fastest ever to 300 wins?
Yep. Fastest ever. McDavid, fourth fastest to 1,000 points last night. Vasilevsky, youngest or fastest ever to 300 wins. By a wide margin, too, in Vasilevsky's case.
Is it?
Yeah. I thought it was.
I didn't. I just saw the stat. I didn't look at who else was on the list.
I thought it was in like almost 50 less games.
Oh, wow. They think they have one, Ambient.
Well, didn't they get Calgary's?
They got somebody. Was it Calgary's?
And don't they have the former Blues goalie Jake Allen as his backup? Didn't they get, was it Markstrom?
Allen played last night.
Yeah, they got Markstrom from Calgary, right?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton coming at you from the Floormeisters Studios. Floormeisters in Naples. Just keeping it real. On a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Off to a fun start last night. And that's just the East Carolina-Tulsa game. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. here is the starting five.
NFC East showdown for first place last night in Philadelphia. Eagles won their 6th straight, took over in the fourth quarter with not 1, not 2, but 3 touchdowns, 2 of them from Saquon Barkley. This just in, Giants, he's pretty good. In fact, I'm pretty sure he was your best player, which begs the question, if you're not going to pay your best player, who are you going to ever pay? Saquon, 146 yards and 2 touchdowns. Jalen Hurts, solid day, 200-plus yards passing, another rushing touchdown. Eagles, 26. Commanders, 18. Miller and Moulton got one right. We like the Eagles minus 3.5, and we like the under. Eagles with a 1.5 game lead now in the East over the Commanders. What would you have done, Mark, if you were Spencer Schrader? You're a practice squad kicker for the Jets, but the Chiefs are going to put Harrison Butker on the IR. The intention is for only 4 weeks with a minor knee procedure. But the Jets come to you and say, well, we'll activate you and you'll be our kicker for the rest of the year. What do? You stay with the Jets and be the kicker for the rest of the year, and in theory, their kicker going forward. Or do you take the 4-week audition in Kansas City?
You take the 4-week audition in Kansas City because it's a knee injury and you don't know when Butker's going to come back, and you could be there a little bit longer and kick on a relevant team.
He took the 4-week audition in Kansas City. Said to the Jets, no, I appreciate it. I understand I might get cut right before Christmas too, but that's okay. I can live with that. Amari Cooper, quote, optimistic, unquote, that he's going to play Sunday against the Chiefs. Amari's missed, 3 games in a row now? At least 2.
2 for sure. Thought it was 2.
And this is good news. The NFL, they've moved a lot of who they are and what they do to Los Angeles. That's where the NFL Network is based, in the bowels of SoFi Stadium. And the thought is that they're going to move the scouting combine to Los Angeles also. The teams do not want to move it, but this is coming from Park Avenue. Consolidate costs and all that. Maybe even make a few bucks. But for the next 2 years, they've decided to keep the scouting combine in Indianapolis through 2026. But the fact that they're going very short term with their contracts is a tell that they're not wanting to stay there. Just saying.
I mean, everybody likes it there. The whole league likes it there. Pat talked about it many times from the medical standpoint. They've got it down pat in Indy, and that's the biggest part of the combine.
So, of course, the NFL for a buck is thinking of moving it. College football. First off, last night, hell of a game. East Carolina rallied late in the fourth quarter, scored 2 touchdowns, beat Tulsa 38-31. Pirates are bowl eligible, Mark. Your son should be happy.
Well, I think he's more happy that the over-under was 5.5 and he had the over. He bet him early in the season. They had to score both because they missed the extra point on the game-tying touchdown and needed to score again to take the lead to win for 2 to win 38-31.
By the way, Billy Napier says that DJ Lagway and Elijah Badger will both play against LSU. That's a small line, by the way. LSU can still end up in the SEC title game. And it's not like a crazy result that has to happen either. It's like, LSU, Ole Miss, Alabama, Georgia win out. And then depending on the result, I think, of Texas and Texas A&M, that LSU could end up in the SEC title game, despite having 3 losses, but only 2 of them in the SEC. Very strange. You see the line on the Gators LSU game? It's like 3.5. Doesn't that seem small?
Seems very small.
I mean, didn't you think that'd be at least 6?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's interesting. It's kind of like the BYU Kansas line.
Yeah.
BYU's 9-0. They're at home against 3-6 Kansas, who I know has gotten healthy, and they beat Iowa State last week. BYU's only a 2.5-point favorite.
At home.
Right. I mean, by the betting line, we're getting a strong tell here that Vegas thinks that Kansas and the Gators are winning this week because these lines look skewed. Anyway, Lagway and Badger will play against LSU. Travis Etienne out for Georgia in the showdown tomorrow against Tennessee. Florida State.
Does that line seem a little high to you, by the way?
Yes, absolutely. What's it, 9.5?
9.5.
Yeah, anything above 7.5, I think, is huge. I wonder how much of it is the status of the Tennessee quarterback, who you and I are convinced is playing.
It's playing.
Right. Now, I know there's already reports saying he's not playing, but difficult for me to imagine. I mean, literally, unless he's got blurry vision, that he's not playing. Florida State loses another top recruit, a 4-star quarterback who was their highest ranked recruit, also their first recruit of this class. He's the 6th player to decommit from the 2025 class, which right now is currently ranked 37th in the nation.
David, I think I read this right, that not only did he decommit, but every receiver that had committed has decommitted on that class as well. They don't have a receiver in the class.
Boston College quarterback Thomas Castellanos, who started at UCF and was the starter for most of this year at BC until he got yanked from their last game. And then he was told during the week that, yeah, you're going to be the backup. Well, he decided, well, then I'm out of here. So he's entered the portal.
I think you'll be a reasonably hot commodity in the portal.
And Michigan is formally offered high school recruit Drew Underwood, hotshot quarterback who plays high school ball 20 minutes from Michigan, had verbally committed to LSU months ago. Michigan all over him, 4 years, $10.5 million. And reportedly, he has said thanks, but no.
Ouch.
Got that right. Meanwhile, Miller Moss there at USC is like, good, that's my gig. That's where I want to go. Baseball, the Rays are going to play in Tampa at the spring training home of the Yankees, Steinbrenner Field. I'll tell you what, I give it up to the Yankees. I mean, listen, the Yankees and Rays organizations don't like each other. Don't kid yourself. The Yankees and Rays play each other with an edge. This goes back to 2008. Yet when the Rays called Hal Steinbrenner, remember, Steinbrenner family based in Tampa, that Hal said, whatever you need. And they go, well, we'd really like to play all our games there. We'll do it. We'll move the Class A team. Don't worry about it. Yep, whatever you need. And Hal Steinbrenner said, hey, rivalries are one thing, but a community affected by a hurricane's another. And, I mean, this could help keep the Rays in the area. A very classy move by the Yankees. Yeah, the Rays are paying them $15 million, but, I mean, first off, more money has to be spent on Steinbrenner Field now to make it Major League Baseball worthy. Plus, I mean, a tenant. I mean, what are they charging per game? What's that, like $20,000 a game? $15 million?
Yeah.
Or is it $200,000 a game?
It would be $200,000, wouldn't it?
$200,000 a game.
Yeah, $200,000 a game.
I don't know. I think it's reasonable because it may save the franchise in the Tampa St. Pete area. I think it's reasonable. Chris Sale, Garrett Crochet, named the comeback players of the year respectively in their leagues. Sale could also win the Cy Young here coming up. Dave Sims, long-time television voice of the Mariners, going to be the new radio voice of the New York Yankees. Sims is from New York, did 20 years or thereabouts in Seattle. Hey now! Dave Sims, one of the all-time good guys, too. Good for him. NHL, there were 10 games last night. Here are some of the results. Vasilevsky with his 300th win. He's the fastest goalie to ever do it. And we don't mean fastest in terms of, ability to skate. I mean in terms of how many games he had to play to get 300 wins. And the Lightning take down the 15-1 Winnipeg Jets, snapping their 7-game winning streak 4-1.
Getzel with a pair last night.
Yes. I will say that GM took a lot of heat so far, not paying Stamkos and paying Getzel. He looks pretty damn smart.
Getzel's got 8 goals now, 7 or 8
Right.
goals already.
I have to admit, it helps playing on the line that he's playing on, though.
Yeah, but he's a scorer. He
is.
He scored. I know he's played with Crosby, and now he's playing with Kucherov. These are good guys to play with if you want the puck. But he's got a quick release. He's got a good shot, and he's accurate. I mean, he's a goal scorer.
And he's a 5-on-5 goal scorer, which Stamkos has become more of a power play goal scorer. Yes. Devils do it to the Panthers again.
Woo!
3 power play goals. They whooped up on Florida 6-2. That's after beating them 2 nights ago, 4-1. Rangers at San Jose 3-2. Dallas 7-2 over Boston. A goal and assist for Connor McDavid to reach 1,000 career points, 4th fastest to do it. Edmonton 3-2 in overtime over Nashville. 1 game in the NBA. The Dallas Mavericks went to the finals last year, and they're 5-7. Utah beat them, for goodness sakes. Utah sucks. 115-113. Hey, NBA Cup tonight. 12 games in the NBA. Oh, yeah, very exciting.
Fun courts.
Yes, I actually like the courts, don't I? I do.
I like some.
Yeah.
I like the idea of it.
College hoops, in-state. Jacksonville beat South Carolina State 71-62. FIU doubled up Florida National 110-55. Couple of scores that may interest you. LSU went to Manhattan, Kansas, and beat K-State 76-65. Arizona State held off the pesky Grand Canyon 87-76. Did you see Rory McIlroy's comments? The story you brought up yesterday about the U.S. Ryder Cuppers getting paid $400,000 a man for the Ryder Cup next year. Rory McIlroy, I would pay for the privilege to play in the Ryder Cup. The 2 purest forms of competition in golf are the Ryder Cup and the Olympics, and it's partly because of the purity of no money being involved. I don't think any of the 24 players on either team needs that $400,000. Every 2 years, there are 104 weeks, and 103 weeks you can play golf and get paid. For what it's worth, at the Annika in Orlando, Charlie Hull is tied for the lead. Nelly Corda's 2 shots back. PGA Tour's in Bermuda. A couple of guys you never heard of.
Making birdies, Charlie Hull.
Listen, I don't know how popular she is in the UK, but she is really popular in the States.
Damn right she is.
She plays good, aggressive golf. She's smoking at least half a pack of cigarettes during the course of a round. Okay. Justin Lower and Hayden Springer are the 2 tied for the lead in Bermuda on the PGA Tour. Yeah. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
Poll questions both getting a lot of votes, David, because they really don't have anything to do with sports. One of them is about the fight tonight.
Right, which is a made-for-TV event. It's more WWE than it is,
But 2/3 of you say you're watching the Tyson-Paul fight tonight on Netflix. And the French dip during that segment alone made a monumental comeback to take the lead over the patty melt. In which sandwich do you like better, the Miller or the Moulton, basically?
I'll tell you what, I think the French dip patty melt fight is going to go a long way. I do. If that's a 12-rounder, I think we go into the late rounds. And I think it's going to be a very entertaining fight, too. Going to be like Duran, Iran, Barkley. Okay, I mean, really good.
There's not a
Lee-
show in America that brought up Iran Barkley today. We did. Lee Sterling, he's next.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And if you disagree, you can take any one that you want because I'm not solid on any of those. Or you could just go the other way on all 6.
I'll submit that. I mean, there's one that I'm going the other way on, but that's okay.
Morning, Lee.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Can't complain.
Morning.
Good morning. It's like Washington's turning into who we thought they would probably look like, right?
Well, it doesn't help when the coach passes up the go-ahead field goal.
Yeah. As soon as that happened, it was over. You guys going to watch the fight tonight?
I am.
Are you? Boy, you sound really excited, Mark.
Well, I love Tyson. So I want to see Tyson
yeah.
just beat the snot out of him.
That would be great. That would be great. That would be great.
And this is kind of like when my dad watched Nicklaus and win the Masters in '86. It's rooting for the old guy. I'm rooting for he's now it's the old guy's me. So I'm rooting for the old.
Yeah. What happens if he gets knocked into Neverland in the first or second
I'll be
round?
shocked. I'll be shocked if he gets knocked out early.
Okay.
I really will.
I hope he wins. I mean,
Because
Paul, you know he's on steroids. I mean, like crazy.
I mean, because Tyson was always able to take a punch. So I'll be.
Only problem is sometimes you get above 40. And
No, I know, but even George Foreman, like he talked about it when he beat Moore. He said, "Hey, one, I can still take a punch, and two, I didn't lose any power." He said, "I lost reflexes, but I didn't lose power."
Right. Oh, that's true.
And that's my thought about Tyson.
What time will it actually start? The main card starts at 8.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And on a Football Friday. That means Lee Sterling at this day and time. Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. How you doing, Lee?
I'm okay. Can't complain. So, Friday. I love Fridays.
All right. We have 2 poll questions today.
Yeah.
One, French dip or patty melt?
French dip.
Okay. So
Yep.
Mark Miller's very happy with you. Number 2, are you watching the Tyson-Jake Paul fight tonight?
Yeah, I responded. I'm watching because it's free. Number one, never paid for one of these. Some people will call it fun. Some people will call it freak shows. But I'll be watching, rooting for Tyson.
That's a way. The root for the old guy. As we get old, Lee, we start rooting for the old guys in these things.
Right. I will not be betting it though. I just don't see how you bet these things.
So none of your I know, and you do very well with UFC. So none of the UFC guys are getting involved in wanting to make a wager and putting you out on the limb on this one, huh?
I've gotten a couple inquiries, but no, it's not going to be put out there.
All right. Fair enough. You are putting yourself out there this week, though. You have picked pretty much all the big games and or the ones of great interest to our audience. We'll start in college ball, as we always do. Georgia and Tennessee. This line surprises the two of us, Lee. Dogs, 9.5-point favorites.
Yeah. You want to lay close to double digits with an offense that's not working. In the long run, you're going to lose a lot of wagers. You might be living under a bridge. Georgia offense has problems. Obviously, it starts with Carson Beck. Looks like he's having trouble reading defenses. The receivers getting no separation. 2 touchdowns, 7 interceptions the last 3 games for Carson Beck. No, thank you. And, I mean, even though we don't know the exact status of Nico, quarterback for Tennessee, it looks like he's trending towards playing. And they have the better running game, in my opinion. They have Dylan Sampson, over 1,100 yards and 20 rushing touchdowns. And they have, I think, the better front seven, believe it or not. I'll take Tennessee outright here, 23-20.
Would be huge, knocking Georgia out of the playoff if that were the case, because that would be their third loss.
Yep.
Texas and Arkansas started a little bit higher at about 13.5. It's been bet down to 12. Texas a 12-point favorite over the Hogs.
Couple problems betting the Hogs, and I know they're at home. 2 step-up games, they lose by 24 and 42 points. Their defense, 0 takeaways for the last 5 games. How consistent is the Texas defense? Well, they have a takeaway in every game, and 4 games this year, they have 3 takeaways. And then on top of that, Texas, I think they're going to be able to bottle up Arkansas. If Arkansas cannot run, and you look at just plain numbers, 157 rushing yards per game, you're like, oh, okay, they can run. But in SEC play, 359 of those rushing yards came against Mississippi State. If they can't run, then their play action doesn't work. They're in third and long situations. That's where Taylor Green is not a good quarterback here. So Texas takes the lead. 14 interceptions on the year does this defense, and they've only allowed 3 touchdown passes. I like Texas pretty big, 38-16.
Another game in which the line surprises us a little bit. It's smaller than we thought. LSU, just a 3.5-point road favorite against the Gators. Granted, Florida getting both DJ Lagway and Elijah Badger back for this one.
I mean, Lagway obviously has to help. LSU is one of those teams, sometimes it makes no sense at all. They'll play a great game and then lay a big fat egg. I mean, they had 2 weeks to prepare for Alabama. They knew that Jalen Milroe was going to run the football. Let him run for 185 yards. So Blake Baker was at University of Miami. I was never impressed. So don't be surprised if they make another change at LSU after this year. They also need some better players. But they're just one of these teams, when you think that they're done, they rise up and play almost a perfect game. I think that they still have a pretty good offense here. And remember, Florida's still without a couple key receivers, a couple DBs. I like LSU here, 34-27.
To Sundays we go. Biggest line of the week. The biggest favorite the Lions have been since 1973, when they were a 19-point favorite against the New Orleans Saints. The Lions are a 14-point favorite now against Jacksonville.
I didn't find that stat. That's amazing, Mark. Who was the quarterback?
Greg Landry.
Yeah, okay. Number 11, Greg.
And the Saints quarterback was Archie Manning.
There you go. There you go. Crazy. The quarterbacking edge should have gone to, obviously, to New Orleans. What was the result of the game? Do you know?
They won but did not cover.
Okay, that's what I figured. They didn't have a great offense. I bet you he probably threw 3 or 4 passes to Charlie Sanders. That's correct, the tight end?
Probably.
Yeah. We're going way back. Here's the problem with backing Jacksonville and going with Mac Jones. They had 136 yards total offense last week. If Minnesota had played just a decent offensive game, they lose by 3 touchdowns. Detroit, some people say, coming off that great comeback, probably not going to be ready, little lackadaisical, but they're good at home. And that offense is almost unstoppable. I think they're going to get Williams going. The number 2 receiver came from Alabama. He's been suspended, hurt, all kinds of things. He's a big-time weapon here. And Jamar Gibbs is almost unstoppable. I like Detroit big here. I think they win this game here 41-13.
And games like that don't happen in the NFL very often. All right, Dolphins, a robust 7-point home favorite against the Raiders. Raiders coming off a bye. Dolphins short week. Can they cover the 7?
First look, I'm like, no way. But then you realize, do you see the Raiders hired help with the offense?
Norv Turner.
Yeah. I didn't know he was available. John Gruden, I guess they couldn't sign him. He signed with Barstool, but that's another crazy story. I think the problem is the players and the head coach. So you're not going to be able to do anything with the 3 quarterbacks they have on the roster. Gardner Minshew's going to start, but he's not the guy. They don't have a running back. They have their best receiver is really like a number 2 guy here. Yeah, I like their tight end, from Georgia, but just don't have enough players here. I think Miami's offense finally getting it going here. We'll go with the Dolphins here. I think they win this game here 24-10.
And the game of the week is your game of the week.
Yep.
Buffalo and Kansas City. Buffalo's a 2-point favorite. Lee, how do they get the game?
Just be one of the first 10 callers. Call 800-400-9741. I think there's a clear right side to this game. Don't fall for the trap. Call 800-400-9741. And how about this? Normally when we sell a standalone game on like a Thursday or Friday night, $50. Putting it out there tonight, $10. That's right. You heard me correct. $10. Just go to the website, ParamountSports.com. One of the 4 college games. I think there's an easy winner out there. $10. I know if I win for you, you're going to want to continue through the month of November. You're going to want to do basketball, hockey, and also UFC. Check it all out, ParamountSports.com.
He's Lee Sterling, 800-400-9741. Call and get the Bills and the Chiefs. ParamountSports.com. Follow him on X at Paramount Sports. If you go to his website, all right, he's got videos, talks about a lot of other games. So 800-400-9741, ParamountSports.com. Lee, have a great weekend. Thanks.
You too, guys. Have a great one. Be safe.
So he went with 4 favorites, did Lee. He'll take the points with Tennessee. By the way, he did call for the Vols to win straight up.
Yes, he did, David.
And I'm surprised he didn't go wrong team's favorite. But he did quietly say Vols 23-20. But he's laying the 12 with Texas. He's laying the 3.5 with LSU. He's laying the 14 with the Lions, and he's laying the 7 with the Dolphins. I got to admit, the Dolphins one scares me because of what I pointed out. One team's well rested and the other team's short week. I mean, I think Miami wins. I'm not sure about the cover.
Gardner Minshew should be able to help that because he'll throw a couple of picks.
Well, I will
Their
say,
quarterback play has been awful.
yes, it has.
It doesn't matter who they play. It has been just dreadful at the quarterback position.
Which is why, by the way, do you hold it against head coaches who are getting awful quarterback play? I mean, that would be my argument to John Mara. You thinking of firing Brian Daboll? Really? Do you think he's a bad coach, or he just has one of the 5 worst starting quarterbacks in the league? Because I think it's the latter. And same thing, I'd look at Mark Davis and Tom Brady and say, are we sure that Antonio Pierce is a bad coach, or do we have one of the 5 worst quarterbacking situations in the league? Who the hell is going to do better than 2-7 with the quarterback play that we've had? I mean, think about it. Minshew has had one good hour this year. It was in Baltimore. They beat the Ravens. I mean, if your quarterback can play, you can win. And if he can't play, you lose. It's pretty simple.
Miller and Moulton. 21,000's the text line. If you have not texted the show in a while, text the keyword Miller. That gets you in. And you can text as much as you would like. We still have text going all over the place that are expected to come to us. And I felt badly yesterday that we didn't get the questions answered during our fantasy segment.
Apparently, we have text like going all throughout Big Ten country, right?
Yes.
I mean, we know they're going to Michigan, but we think they're also going to Ohio and Indiana and parts unknown. We don't know if the West Coast is now involved. You know, the Big Ten's expanded. Our text line may have as well.
So Miller's the keyword to 21,000. That assures your texts come to Florida, where we want to read them. Not necessarily on the air. We just want to read them.
Right. If you use Moulton as the keyword, it could go to like Ontario. So use Miller, please.
That way you don't have to worry about misspelling David's name.
Right. You don't know if you emphasize the U, you throw an E in. You know, just don't worry about it. It's pronounced like lava. It's just not spelled like it.
Poll questions are up. Will you watch the Tyson Paul fight tonight on Netflix? Right now, 57% of you say absolutely. And the sandwich fight between David's Patty Melt and my French dip. Right now, the French dip getting 57% of the vote.
Look at this. I like it. Both poll questions. Good responses, too. Yeah, the less serious we are, the more people are interested. So why are you and I so serious about this show?
I didn't know we were.
I was going to say, because obviously it's the wrong damn approach. We'll make our not so serious picks next. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Look at Mac with the stat of the day, bump, bump. Nell Skyer, I'm glad it worked out well for you. Buck 46 and 2 touchdowns. That's working out well. Excuse me.
Oh. Looks like we're going to get some Sarah next week.
Yeah, unfortunately. They're debating whether or not the cold front that's going to come down is going to push it all the way down to south of I-4 or whether or not it's going to get above it and hit Jacksonville pretty hard.
Apparently, it's just going to be a lot of rain.
Yeah, it's apparently going to weaken like a day or two before it hits Florida. DC, it's what it sounds like. I mean, the owner knows for sure, but the owner, it looked and sounded as if the owner was giving Joe Shane free reign to handle the Barkley negotiations however he wanted to handle it.
And he handled it poorly.
I'm guessing, and this is just conjecture on my part, but it might be a little more than conjecture. It's because John Mara made sure that they re-signed Daniel Jones. Well, DC, I will say he's had a really good 2024 draft, but I'm with you. His 2022 and 2023 drafts were not good. And that's at the least you could say that. It's why I would not get rid of Dable. I'm sorry. I think he can coach. In the video that I see, there are guys open and Daniel Jones just won't throw the ball.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan will join us in 40 minutes. Steve Carney to join us in a little more than an hour. We'll talk about the Rays finding a home for 2025 in, of all places, Tampa. And we might also check in on the big Navy-Tulane game. Hey, don't laugh. It's going to help determine who plays Army in the AAC title game. So it's a key game. Steve Carney in a little more than an hour. Pat Kirwan in 40 minutes. I'm only picking 5 games this week.
What?
Yep.
Everything okay?
Yeah. Well, no, my picks suck. But diminishing returns. I went with the 7-8 picks and it was going well, and then it was going okay. And last week it went not so well. So
yeah, but usually that means you pick 10.
Got to be honest. I kind of went through it and I could only really find 6 or 7. So I just said, you know what? Cross a couple out. Now, don't worry. I have them here, and once again, I'll probably hit both those and not have played them. But no, I got 5.
I have 5 as well. 2 college, 3 pro. Let's hope that we're not picking the same games, because last week we had 3 of the same games and went 1 and 2.
Right. Although we both had the Eagles and the under last night, but we did say we're really good when we agree when it's not an official bet. These are official. We keep track. We post them. When we agree, it's not good. So, all right, I'll go first.
Get it done.
There are a few lines that I just don't understand this week. And it's probably because, well, Vegas is smarter than I am. But I'm going to take at least one of them and see whether or not they really are. If I lose money on this game, I got to take BYU. BYU at home, a 2.5-point favorite against Kansas. One team's 9-0, the other's 3-6. I know Kansas is as healthy as they've been all year. They played their best game last week against Iowa State. I need BYU to win by a field goal. I don't think that's asking too much. I am a little worried. It's the week after the Utah game, the Holy War and all that. But listen, if I lose money on this game, I got to lose it on BYU. So that's my play. Tonight, Mark, I'm taking your wife's alma mater. They're 4-0 in league. Wyoming is not. Wyoming's 2-7 on the season. Wyoming's quarterback has more interceptions than touchdowns. Their leading rusher has like 400 yards. They're not good. Colorado State's turned into a pretty good team. I know it's a rivalry game. I need Colorado State to win by 10. Give me Colorado State, lay the 9.5. I'm 3-1 on Friday nights. I'm taking South Florida against Charlotte. South Florida, Alex Golish beats below 500 teams. He hasn't beaten many good teams yet. Their program's not there. But Charlotte's 3-6. South Florida only has to win by a field goal. They're going to. Also, we had them on the show yesterday. It sounds like their starting quarterback is really close to playing, if you know what I mean. Give me the Bulls and lay the 2.5. Okay. Mark, what is the relationship between the Packers and the Bears? The Packers are what to the Bears?
Their daddy.
Thank you. How in the world could you bet on the Bears? How in the world is this line only 5.5? I thought this might be the 7.5, 8, 9-point line.
Not again.
Give me the Packers and lay the 5.5. And I know Miller and Moulton are going to go head-to-head on this one. Do you know the Saints, who are 3-7, have been in the lead longer this year than the 9-0 Chiefs? The Chiefs have been living dangerously. All right? The net doesn't catch them Sunday. Give me the Bills and lay the 2.
Well, you only picked 5 games, and we managed to have 2 that are the same.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
We almost had 3 because I was damn close to taking South Florida. I love that pick, David, by the way. I love that South Florida pick. That's a winner. Back up the truck on that one.
Oh, okay.
But I am also taking BYU and laying the 2.5 against Kansas. Can Kansas really play 2 really good games in a row? They're not that good. They played really well last week against Iowa State. I don't expect them to play as well against BYU. Give me BYU. I'm with you. The Holy War worries me slightly, but BYU at home, less than a field goal, I'll take BYU. You know, Pitt's lost a couple in a row, and Bud Elliott's been on the show every week going, their offense has been figured out by everybody. Their offense has been figured out by everybody. Well, I'm listening to Bud. He knows what he's talking about. Clemson is laying 11.5. They did not play great last week against Virginia Tech. I expect a much better performance against the Pitt team that can give up a lot of points. Just look at what they did against SMU. Give me Clemson and lay the 11.5. David said it. When the Packers play the Bears beat the Bears. I see no reason why it should change. The Bears can't score right now. Their offense is dreadful, and the Packers need every single win that they can get trying to keep pace with the Lions in the NFC North. Give me the Packers and lay the 5.5. And yes, we are going head-to-head. Patrick Mahomes is 12-1-1 against the spread as an underdog. He is 11-3 straight up as an underdog. Give me the Chiefs +2 against Buffalo. And David, this game, well, it reeled me in because the Chargers, my former team,
You still have a soft spot for them.
are playing really well.
You've married someone else, but let's face it, if you're going to have an affair, it's with the Chargers.
Because the Powder Blues look re-damn ridiculous.
They always have.
They are one sexy team. And the Bengals can't stop anybody. That defense is horrific. The Chargers defense is not. It's really good. They're going to hit Burrow a ton. Don't know if Higgins is going to play. If he does, how much will he be there? And can really the Chargers shut down Chase, which is the biggest part of the offense for the Bengals? I say they can shut him down enough. Give me the Chargers. I'll lay the 1.5 at home.
I will say I saw Higgins' practice video yesterday. To me, it looks like he'll play. I'll be very surprised after what I saw yesterday in practice if he doesn't play. I don't think that's going to change your pick, but I don't know. I think he plays. He was running normally.
Does he play the whole game? Or
No idea.
the minute that there's a tweak, does he take himself out and get ready for wherever he's going to play next year?
By the way, Moulton took more favorites than Miller.
You took 5 favorites?
I took 5 favorites.
That's what I'm talking about. Now you're figuring it out, David.
I don't know if I've ever done that before.
I don't think you have.
Lee Sterling took 4 favorites. Mark Miller took 4 favorites. We got 15 picks. We took 13 favorites. Boy, I hope this is a favorites week.
Me too. Need it. 24-29 on the season. That's my record. David is 28-38 on the season. 10 games below 500. I am 5 games below 500 when betting against the number.
Normally, I'd root for you to go 5-0. You know, I mean, if that happens, the best I can do is go 4-1, though. But, okay. I mean, one of us has to get to 500, for goodness sakes. We'll worry about the VIG then. Golly.
Just battling all year long. Tell you what, if I'm close at the end of the year, though, I will sacrifice the 5 picks and make as many as I need to make to try to have a winning season.
Well, there's always bowl season, Mark. There's always bowl season if we have to. Last week was a big underdog week for what it's worth in the NFL. The 2 weeks previous to that were huge favorite weeks. So it's gone back and forth.
Vote on the poll questions. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, or Miller_Moulton on X. The French dip with a slight lead over the Patty Melt. And you are watching the Tyson-Jake Paul fight tonight. At least 57% of you say that you're watching the fight. Miller and Moulton, Pat Kirwan in 30 minutes. Thanks for listening. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
That's funny, JDR. Very Affleck J-Lo, right?
Yes. Yes. EB, there's been several weeks where the favorites have won more. At least in the NFL. Last week they didn't. The 2 weeks prior, it was
big time favorites.
Huge. Got a couple of things to get to on the text line here to start the segment.
Good. Great.
And Johnny Mac, you're right. The French dip does sound more delicious than a patty melt.
It certainly sounds like it's.
But they're both a terrific sandwich. I cannot knock a patty melt.
A French dip does sound like it would be $5 more expensive, though.
Well, yeah.
You know,
that's about right.
One would be $7.99.
What were your 5 games, David? I Colorado State, USF,
BYU, Green Bay, Buffalo.
All right.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. That's when Pat Kirwan will join us for the second of his weekly visits on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
David, the text line has been active this morning, reminding people if you're texting the show and you haven't done so in a while, you need to text the keyword Miller to 21,000. That gets you behind the gate and sends your text directly to us. If you were texting the old 21,000, well, they're going somewhere else. So we ask you to re-sign up for the Miller and Moulton text line. But in light of our poll question, the patty melt versus the French dip, David, a texter does ask or does say something to keep in mind. All patty melts and French dips are not created equal. Where are you getting the French dip from? Well, I think you take that into consideration when you're looking at the poll question. It's a general question.
Right.
It's, it can be your best patty melt against your best French dip. It can be your worst patty melt against your worst French dip.
Right. And you decide. Okay. Because there are some places that do, like I go to a couple places who do the patty melt, I think, better than others.
It's all about the rye bread with the patty melt.
Yeah. Yeah. And the rye bread is key, though. It is. I also don't like them like compressed. Don't squash my patty melt. Some places, I don't know. It's not like they put it through, under an iron. It's like, there's no reason to compress that sucker. Just let it breathe.
And David, I did not know this because I do not eat there anymore. But because of the whole quarter pounder E. coli outbreak, apparently McDonald's is now cooking the onions on a quarter pounder with cheese.
Well, reason for me to like it even more. Listen, When do you think's the last time I lifted the bun up to check what was on a quarter pounder with cheese? I know for a fact they cooked the onions on the double quarter pounder with cheese because I got one by mistake last week. And those onions were cooked. But I'll tell you what, on the way to the airport today, I'll order a quarter pounder with cheese just to see whether the onions are cooked. I can do that.
Thanks for doing the R&D for us, Dave.
Absolutely. You know,
We appreciate it.
I'm committed to the show, Mark. I am committed to the show.
Now, I know we'll do all of our NFL picks coming up here after we have Pat on.
Well, we got Steve Carney.
Oh, that's
So-
right. We might do it in the 9 o'clock hour. This
Right.
morning.
We might do the NFL picks in our bonus hour.
But we've talked so much about, we talked a lot about last night's game. Big game.
Mm-hmm.
Two good teams playing one another. We've got the Ravens and Steelers, and we've got the Chiefs and the Bills. I really think that Bengals-Chargers game's being overlooked. That's a big game.
Well, it's really big for Cincinnati. I don't know how big it is for the Chargers. I mean, they could lose it. They're still very comfortably in the playoffs. To me. I mean, they're what, 6-3?
Yeah.
They lose, they're 6-4. They'd be a game and a half ahead of the Bengals. And if the Colts win, a game and a half ahead of the Colts. In terms of, because they'd be ahead. At worst, they'd be, they'd still be ahead of Denver, even if Denver beats Atlanta.
I understand, but they chased that game with a Monday nighter with the Ravens. They still play the Falcons. They still play the Chiefs, and they've got another one with the Broncos, as well as a game with Tampa Bay when Tampa Bay should be healthy.
So what you're saying is, hey, make sure you get to 10, and this would go a long way to that. Okay. Fair enough.
And I think it's just a really good game. I mean,
it's interesting.
It's a game with two good quarterbacks. It's a game where we're trying to see what the Chargers are because I don't think anybody's bought into the Chargers just yet.
Well, also, I mean, he's doing exactly what the Chargers, what he did in 2011 with the Niners when he took over the Niners. And what did he make them? He made them an unbelievably physical, hard-ass team. They went from being soft and losers to physical, tough, blank winners overnight. He didn't ask too much of his quarterback, Alex Smith. He's not asking a ton from Justin Herbert. He's not. I do think it's a tough team against a finesse team. Your point about the Chargers may beat Burrow up, that could happen. He could get hit a lot in this game if he's not going to get rid of the ball quickly. It's why getting T. Higgins back could be key because he's got to get rid of the ball. Because that's the other thing Harbaugh is going to do is he's going to try to limit Jamar Chase. Obviously. So he's going to say, okay, Rusty Higgins, go. You be the star. I'll bet you Harbaugh thinks the Bengals can't run on him so that they're one-dimensional and they're going to try to cut the head off the snake.
I don't know if the Bengals can run on anybody, and I certainly don't think they can run on the Chargers. So just thought that was that's an interesting game to me.
I
that's
agree.
being largely passed over because there are marquee games that we are talking about, obviously, with Chiefs and Bills.
Well, and the other thing is when you have lost games you shouldn't have lost, and the Bengals fall into that category. The Dolphins fall into that category. Well, at some point, you're going to have to start winning a game or two that we don't expect you to win. And even though the line is only 1.5, the Bengals going on the road to face a winning team with the way they've played this year, you can't expect them to win that game. So it's time to start doing things you haven't done this year. And until they do it, I'm with you. I like the play. If you're going to lose money on that game, don't you have to lose money on the Chargers?
I believe so. I believe so. So 21,000 the text line. And then obviously Saturday, Georgia and Tennessee, Lee calling for the straight out upset with the Vols beating Georgia.
Well, the other thing that he said, which surprised me a little bit, he actually thinks the Vols front 6 or 7 is better than Georgia's front 6 or 7.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know if that's been said in the 2020s about anybody. to be brutally honest. I mean, so if that is the case, wow.
Was reading a little bit. The one thing Ole Miss did really effectively and does really effectively is their D-line does a lot of stunting. And that caused problems for Georgia. Tennessee's line plays a similar style to that of Ole Miss. So I want to see what adjustments Bobo makes, the offensive coordinator for Georgia, to try to get Carson Beck a little more comfortable without so much pressure in his face from Tennessee. Because if they put the same kind of pressure on the Georgia quarterback that Ole Miss did, we know what Carson Beck likes to do. Throw it to the other team.
Well, in the last 6 games, he's thrown 12 picks. I will say, after the game, Carson Beck made some comments which certainly sounded as if he's not crazy about the offensive coordinator's method to the madness right now. So this is a big week in many ways.
No ATN for Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And the kid Frazier, I think that's the backup that played last week. He fumbled. He's dropped the ball a couple of times. So I'm stunned the line's 9.5. I know that's all on the Tennessee quarterback, but if we knew he was playing, what do you think this line would be, David?
6.5. That's what I thought the line would be. The other thing I'm surprised about, the over-under is 47.5. If you go by point spread, that means that basically they're calling for what? 28-19 Georgia? Give or take a half a point. I mean, 28 points for Georgia right now against a good team? Are we sure about that? I happen to think that this is going to be closer to the game we had last night. I think this is going to be a slugfest. I think people are going to hate this game. This is going to be a Moulton special right here. All right.
First one to 24?
I think it could be first one to 20. I really do. Right now, Georgia's offense versus Tennessee defense. Who do you give the edge to?
Right now?
Right now. It
Tennessee defense.
Okay. Tennessee offense against the Georgia defense. Who do you give the edge to?
I give the edge to the Georgia defense.
So why do we think that this game's going to be in the 20s? I mean, they can't have a rock fight just because it's 2 top 10 teams, even though Georgia's 12th. I mean, seriously. I mean, this, to me, this game is screaming 16-13.
If it is, I'll just text you updates. I know you'll be working, but the game will be over at that point in the third quarter, and you may be looking for updates.
No, it's a night game.
Oh, that's right.
I'll be driving. Probably have the game on the radio.
So used to that being a 3:30 game, David, I just kind of expected it to be.
Well, it used to be. I mean, when a certain network did the SEC, it would have been on at 3:30, but not this week.
And it would have been shot a little closer, a little tighter.
Definitely would have been that.
It would have looked a little better. Me.
So do we have an upset this week? Because, man, we got some – first off, top 4 teams in the country all on the road. That very rarely happens the same week. That's number one. So do they all cover? I mean, think about it. Texas at Arkansas. Ohio State at Northwestern. Oregon's at what? Wisconsin?
Yes.
Yeah. And, I mean, we got big spreads here.
And then Penn State, Purdue.
Yeah, I know. 28.5. Right. But think about it. I mean, Texas, 12. Ohio State, 28.5. Penn State, 28.5.
Oregon's what, 14.5?
I've seen it down to 13.5, but basically it's 14.
13.5. Okay.
Yeah, give or take. I mean, do we see an upset?
Do you see an underdog covering? Which underdog would you bet to cover out of those 4? Because you know me, I'd take all the favorites.
I think I'd take Northwestern to cover with Ohio State possibly looking ahead to Indiana. I mean, 28.5. 28.5.
Northwestern's
know.
not very good.
Seems big to I know, but you know what? Ohio State could just run the ball all day. They could get a couple early scores and just decide, let's run the clock out. Let's get on the bus. Let's go. Let's get out of here. We got Indiana and Michigan. Let's go.
Miller and Moulton, trying to find the upset on Saturday if there is one. How much of a shot do you give Tennessee? Are you on the Tennessee side or are you on the Georgia side?
No, I give him a shot. I do. I mean, Nico's got to play, although he hasn't been playing great. I give him a shot. I think they've got a real puncher's chance. I actually like their chances better in this game than I did 2 years ago when they were undefeated. I thought Tennessee was walking right into the trap 2 years ago. We did that game, and Georgia's DBs just locked up their wide receivers, man coverage all over the field, and Tennessee's offense looked very pedestrian. How about this? How about Colorado?
Utah can't score enough for me, David. And I don't think they're going to be able to stop Colorado enough. I like Colorado in this game.
It's a 10 a.m. local kick, by the way. It's the big noon game, and the game's in Boulder. Do the math. 10 a.m. local kick.
For both, so no real advantage there.
Right.
I mean, Utah, same time zone, so it doesn't really matter. But I like Colorado in the game. I think Sanders is playing the best quarterback in the country right now. Even better than Cam Ward.
I agree. BC at SMU. Bill
Don't make
O'Brien's
quarterback change for BC. I like the other guy.
Okay. SMU on a roll. They've won 7 in a row. They're only lost to BYU.
Boy, Vegas really thinks highly of Missouri.
Not.
South Carolina's a 13.5-point favorite at home against Missouri this week in a game between two ranked teams.
How about Boise State off the blue turf at a 6-3 San Jose State 2-touchdown favorite? I mean, the lines are big this week.
They are.
I mean, if there's an upset, the likelihood is it will be significant.
How much of a shot do you give the Gators? Vegas is telling you should give them a really good shot at beating LSU.
I give them a decent chance. I'd say, 33%. I really do. I don't like their matchup against Ole Miss. I think Ole Miss is better up front. I think Ole Miss will, and they will not overlook Florida. No way. No.
Yeah, I think if Florida's going to win one of the next two, it's against LSU. I'm with you on that because Ole Miss has got a really good defense. LSU does not.
No. But let me tell you, they better get after Nussmeier. He can chuck it around the lot. Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan to talk about a terrific slate of NFL games, which got off to a good start last night. He's next. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, boys.
Hey, man.
How you doing, guys?
Hello, Pat. How are you?
Well, I'm doing fine, Mark. Da, 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 da. Oh,
I don't know what has David bothered more, Bowles not going for 2 or Quinn not kicking a field goal last night down 2.
oh, these guys that have analytics, they like to use whatever they like to choose. I love this guy going, oh, they should have kicked. Really? Do you understand the Washington run defense and Saquon's on the other side?
You got to take the lead in the fourth quarter, Pat.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. Not when you're the team that's supposed to lose.
Yeah, you
Okay,
do.
you never coached it down.
I
and
understand.
you pay attention to analytics whenever it serves you well. Let me ask
I
you.
hate analytics. I hate
so do
analytics.
I.
Hate them.
Ken, remember we talked about Ken Stroley?
Mm-hmm.
I saw him in the supermarket yesterday, and he was listening when we were talking about him. And the first thing he said was, I'm so happy for David Moulton that he's doing well. He goes, he did a great job talking about me in the Arena League.
Yeah. Shirley was terrific in AF2.
Yeah. He's still coaching quarterbacks.
There's another guy in Southwest Florida, Brandon Kornblue, a former Michigan kicker. He coaches kickers. He's worked with quite a few guys who have kicked in the league.
Yeah, well, that whole facility that's up there right by the airport. The guy running it is the former strength coach from Iowa. Tim.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
And I told Mark one time I'll bring you over there because I go over occasionally to watch practice. They
I'd love
get
to go
guys in there. Yeah, and when Tyson Bajan was there, that's when I went a lot. And they have not just an indoor gigantic facility; they have an outdoor turf field, and they had receivers there, and it was quite impressive what was going on. But Kenny is coaching the quarterbacks.
Pat, I just think because the Eagles kicker was having an uncharacteristically awful night, that you take the points there. Because I think the last thing Nick Sirianni wanted to do was to send Elliott out for a kick at any point in the fourth.
Well, that's fine, but I know what Dan was thinking.
No,
have
we
a
all know
bad-
what Dan was thinking.
We have
Dan
a
was
bad
thinking-
run defense.
Right. Dan was thinking his defense is getting spent, and the field goal's not going to hold up. So
And what was his record on fourth down conversions?
no, it was good.
No, it was great. It was 12 of 13.
Right.
And the one was earlier in the game?
Yeah. So he understood what he had to do. He had to take risk there because they're on the road. They're not as good as Philadelphia. He's not. What do you think he's going to stand up and say? I knew our defense was terrible. That's why I went for it.
No, we all know what why he did it, and I
Hope he does it again.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Although for those of you in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas, it's the final hour of Miller and Moulton, and it starts as it always does with Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, CBS's NFL Today show. Joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Well, a really good slate of NFL games this week, and it got started with a battle of first place in the NFC East last night. Pat, what did you learn, if anything, from last night's game?
Well, I took Philadelphia to win. I didn't take them because I wanted them to win, but I thought they were the better team, better rosters. Talking to Ross Tucker before the game, who was doing the game, he made a really interesting comment, and it forced me to go do the research. He said he didn't think more than 4 players and probably 3 players could start for Philadelphia from the Washington roster.
Wow.
And you know what? I challenged him. Then I looked at it, and you know what? I found 3. It's really hard. So I think Dan Quinn knew what he had and knew what he was up against. And I applaud him for taking the risk on fourth down to go for it because A, he's a very good fourth down team, and B, his run defense is terrible, and Saquon Barkley is the hottest running back in the league. So he knew what he was up against. I love that he did it, and I love all the analytics guys. Oh, that's when you should kick. Well, that's great. That's just great. But their nonsense always seems to show up whenever you do the wrong thing.
Pat, you know I love you. I'd take a bullet for you. You always back the coaches, though. I mean, you do.
No, I don't.
Come on.
No, I don't.
All right.
No, I don't. I can tell you the 5 guys I think are getting fired. Do you think I'm backing them?
Well, listen, obviously we're going to disagree on this one.
Well, I was into both. I was into both, talking to the coach about what to do. I was paid to do that for multiple years. I know why he did it.
Well, we all know why he did it. We all know why he did it.
I know why it was the right thing to do.
Okay.
You think it was the wrong thing to do.
I do.
Well, jump down out of that peanut gallery and get a job and be the guy to make the call.
Pat, if somebody wants to hire me, I
told you if I would go back, I would hire you. Then
Right.
I'd disconnect your headset when you started telling me about the analytics.
Hey, but I'm not an analytics guy. You and I are both feel guys. You and I hate the analytics. I just felt even though I know why he did it. He's like, listen, they're the best. He's not going to say this, but he's deep down. He's like, they're the better team. A field goal is not going to hold up. I need a touchdown here. I get all that. The reason why I would have kicked the field goal, even though I agree with his reasoning, is because the Eagles kicker was having such a disastrous night, and the last thing Sirianni wanted to do was to put Elliott on the field to have to kick a field goal in the fourth quarter. So I actually thought that Sirianni would be the guy going for it on fourth down in the fourth quarter, not Quinn. That's the reason that, for what it's worth, you and I would have disagreed on this.
Okay, well, we'll have another disagreement on Monday because someone else will do it.
We'll have another disagreement in 6 minutes. Who are you
no
kidding?
doubt. There's no doubt. I'm just curious with Daniels right now. Are you worried at all about the Washington offense? Has the film changed on the rookie quarterback? They seem to have figured him out a little bit, or is he just banged up? What do you look at? Because last week it was a gift touchdown on the punt, fake punt that they gave Washington. The offense has been a little more stagnant the last few weeks. Are you worried at all about the Washington offense?
Well, if I'm worried about them getting to the Super Bowl, of course I am. Are you worried about them getting to the playoffs? No, I'm not. He's a young quarterback. Have you noticed they're still wrapping up his ribs between series?
Yes.
So he's not 100%, but he's the best quarterback in the rookie class by far. And if you look at all the rookie quarterbacks, they're all hitting. It's not a wall of fatigue. It's a wall of the defenses are preparing for him. And I will say this, another conversation with Ross. The two defensive tackles for Philadelphia are now in great shape, and they are coming off the ball like there's no tomorrow. And I don't think they were able to handle those guys. Collapsing pocket all over the place.
Boy, how about Carter last night? You're going to slap me around for saying this, but for one night, boy, he looked like Warren Sapp last night. He was something.
He looked fantastic. And Ross made this point. Go back and check his number of plays at Georgia. They didn't play him all the time.
No, they didn't.
Philadelphia tried to do is play him all the time.
Yeah.
He can't do that.
No, he can't do much more than 50 snaps. He's probably a 45 snap guy, not a 65 guy.
No, and I think they're important to have a rotation of 4 guys, and you'll get more out of them that way, which I think we all witnessed. So, look, Philadelphia has a great roster. Jim took them to win the division. I did not, but I'm happy that Washington's competing already for a playoff spot, and Philly will be the best team. Now the question to you guys is Philly better than Detroit?
Well, that's what I was just going to ask you, Pat. How close is Philadelphia to Detroit?
I think coaching matters, and I'll take the Detroit coach.
I'll also take the Detroit quarterback. Hurts doesn't seem to be seeing the field as well as he should be. Like in the first quarter, when they were down inside the 10, he had 2 guys wide open in the end zone and decided to run it and got tackled. I mean, literally 2 guys. I mean, he had half the end zone wide open to his left. He's running left. Why did he not throw the ball to either one of the receivers? It's clear that A.J. Brown is screaming at Hurts, going, "Dude, I'm open. Throw me the ball." Hurts in the passing game to me are not clicking yet.
No, and the accuracy is inconsistent. There are moments when you scratch your head looking at him throw a 15-yard out route and it's flying out of bounds or hitting the ground. So, and the other thing I'd say about Detroit, to your point, Mark, is I trust their kicker a lot. And when it comes to those championship type games, 3-pointers.
All right. Steelers, Ravens.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
First up, I'd say this. I will say this about the whole weekend. I got about 7 or 8 games that are like toss-ups to me, where I could build a case for either team. So it's a very interesting weekend. I'll take Pittsburgh in this game. Not because they've beaten them. I always worry about that Lamar's missed 6 games against these guys. Pittsburgh at home, and mainly because of Russell against the Baltimore defense. The Baltimore pass defense is not very good.
And I think Mike Williams being added, getting more of the playbook, and now having 2 guys that can go up and get balls makes a difference for the Steelers, Pat.
I do, and I also like the way the Steelers, they won't stop Derrick Henry, but they're pretty good at neutralizing the run. Derrick's played against him 3 times, and he hasn't really done very much. So I like to minimize Derrick here.
Don't you think Kyle Hamilton's status is big because the Steelers,
Yes.
I've been begging them to go with the 2 tight ends and use both of them much more in the passing game. If Hamilton can't go or is 70%, both those tight ends can be weapons.
Absolutely. And we got a quarterback that can get the ball to the right guys in an accurate fashion. They'll get after Russell. Russell gets sacked a couple times, but Lamar's going to get sacked too. I love Lamar, and I love his passing right now. I just think what makes Lamar more dangerous now than ever was the threat of Henry, and I do think Pittsburgh can take that down a notch or 3.
All right, let's get to the other big game. I know there's more games to talk about, but Kansas City and Buffalo, we've already gone through what Mahomes' numbers are when he's an underdog. They're incredible. David and I differ on this game. He's got Buffalo. I've got Kansas City. Where do you stand on this one?
Well, I'm going to quote myself from 2 weeks ago. I'm going to take Kansas City 17 times, and I'm going to be right 15 of them. This is one of the 15. And I'll tell you why. When I was on the sideline last year at the championship game and everyone thought they were going to get run over by Baltimore in Baltimore, their attitude, the way they turn it up a notch, and even the pregame in big games, they've been in so many big games and they know how to do it. And I know their record, and I get the whole idea that Buffalo's beaten them 3 times. I do think Josh is terrific and he will be a problem for them. But Mahomes in games like this, I just see a different, and I see it with Kelsey. I see it with everyone. Now, am I worried about the kicker? Yes, I am. I almost switched because Harris is not going to kick, but I can't go against Kansas City, and this is a big game. Now, this is not going to knock them out of first place if Kansas City loses. Buffalo has some issues if they lose. People are going to start catching them, but I do like Kansas City, and I'm just going to stick with them.
Is this the game in the week that the Bills' lack of quality wide receivers? I mean, think about it. The Chiefs can play man against the Bills receivers. They could even double the tight end if they want. They can put an extra guy in the box for Josh Allen. I mean, that's the part. To me, I think this game could be much lower scoring than what we're used to when these two teams play.
I do think it has a chance to be low-scoring game. Sean McDermott's influence on their defense and certainly Spags on theirs. But I do just find myself, I think Spags, and I say this on this show a lot, Spags has seen Josh Allen a lot of times. And I always think if you give Spags a lot of reps against a certain quarterback, you're going to have a problem. He knows how to handle those things. So that's a huge part of it for me. And I just think that Kansas City has not been on their game.
They haven't.
And I think that's one of the reasons I think they will be. If they were rolling through people, maybe they go up there and get knocked off, which has happened to them. But they haven't played well enough. Their sense of urgency to me is pretty big.
Well, I think the D-Hop factor is another part of this, too. I think he's just starting to get acclimated to that offense, and I think he'll be a big part of the game Sunday.
I agree with that. So, and I saw something last year that I won't ever forget, what they look like when it counts the most. That's how last year they had a 3-5 run right about now, and then they went and rolled through the playoffs. And they did it with terrible tackle play. They were bad on the offensive tackles last year and still managed to win a Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, when they're not going to call holding on the tackles, that helps. Boom. Come on.
Well, that's it. Your other part-time job, officiating.
By the way, your point as we go to break, it's a remarkable stat. The 3-7 Saints have actually been in the lead for more time this year than the 9-0 Chiefs. Your point about the Chiefs having not found their A game, and yet they've won 15 in a row dating back to last year. He's Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio's moving the chains. The show is weekdays 3 to 7 and Saturdays 2 to 5. This Sunday, he and the guys from the NFL Today on CBS will be in Buffalo doing the show live. Pat's weekly appearances are brought to us courtesy of Pinchers. Tampa to Key West and dozen or so locations in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. We'll go through the rest of the Week 11 games with Pat Kirwan on the other side right here on Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Those are hard games, those two.
Yeah, they are.
And you know what stinks for Sean McDermott? He loses this game, we're just going to get bombarded with get rid of Sean. He can't win the big game.
Yeah, that's preposterous. First off, the job he's done this year has been arguably his best coaching job.
I agree. I mean, I'd like them to win. It won't hurt Kansas City if they lose. He's going to get bombarded in Buffalo if he doesn't win.
Which, when you think about it, I mean, they all, not just us, they all thought that this was Bills' team was going to take a step back this year. I mean, when the schedule came out, did Bills fans really think they were going to beat the Chiefs this year? They thought this was the worst team they're putting on the field in 5 years.
Yeah, and they were blaming Sean that they let the roster deteriorate, and now it's time for him to go. But obviously he's saving his career here. But underrated coach. He's in that little list of guys that are very good coaches. Unless they win a big game, they're going to get brutalized.
Well, there's no doubt he's going to be haunted by 13 seconds until he gets over the hump. There's no doubt.
He's turning into Marty Schottenheimer.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I love Marty, but Marty, I'm presenting him for the Hall of Fame, but I know why he's never going to get in. But there's a couple of Marty Schottenheimers. Because I've spent so much time on him, I started looking at the present coaches, and there are Marty Schottenheimers here. John Harbaugh.
Well, he's got the one, though.
Yeah.
That
There's
helps.
a couple of guys. It does help. But he's under fire all the time, too.
Hey, listen, your buddy. I mean, thank goodness he got one near the end.
You ain't kidding.
I mean, because what was he, 1-4 at home in AFC Championship games? I mean, that was going to dog him for the rest of his life.
He told me it was worse to lose a championship game than to lose the Super Bowl when he lost to Dallas. He said, losing the championship game, you have to spend 2 weeks watching the team you lost to get ready and play. It was brutal. You lose the Super Bowl and it's over on the spot. Yeah, well, and Marty's achievements were ridiculous. I'm so sensitive to them right now because it's next Tuesday for me. But when I look at Sean, you just start to get frustrated for him.
Well, I think both Marty and Dan Reeves should be in.
Me too. And they're not going to get in.
No, they're going to give it to guys who won the final game.
Yeah. Shanahan will get in. A year from now, Coughlin will get in. Belichick will get in. Those kind of things. And the guy said, you want to present Pete Carroll next year? I said, no, I don't. I said, I don't want any listeners thinking Pat's just talking about his buddy. Someone else can present them. And I said,
I got to admit, I've been thinking about teams that actually should hire Pete. And I know Pete doesn't necessarily want to leave the West, but I mean, I don't know. Jacksonville, Philadelphia, even. I mean,
Jacksonville.
Let me tell you, I'm not sure he wants to coach, but he's taken that limitation off his.
Well, good, because also Jacksonville's got water. I actually thought, don't laugh. I mean, he could, if he needs to get in a boat and just blow off some steam, I mean, you can easily.
Nope. he's in a different mindset right now. And I've told him to do a couple of things to get himself mentally ready to think about doing it. But yeah, I have him looking at 4 teams and going, take a look at these teams because I think if something happens, you're going to have interest and you're going to have to really know these teams because it's too late in 2 months to start thinking about it.
No question.
Don't dig into Chicago while you're at it.
Yeah, that job's coming available. It's just a matter of whether or not the GM's going to be there with him.
Well,
we'll find out whether or not Kevin Warren has any authority or not. He was not supposed to, but so we'll find out.
Yeah, he didn't. No one told him that. He's
well,
working
no. We all knew he was going to get in there and try to get the authority.
How about it?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
With Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio, CBS Sports, joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. All right, there are a lot of fascinating games here. Even some involving losing teams, like the Colts made the move to go back to Richardson. Have the Jets packed it in? Colts at Jets.
I don't think the Jets have packed it in. And do I trust them? No. Do I trust Indianapolis with Richardson? No, I don't. I would take the Jets in this game. They play enough defense. Indiana's defense is terrible. And the quarterback doesn't know how to win a game yet. I will take Rodgers and the boys. Rodgers can't move anymore, so if they can get pressure at the side, they'll sack him a bunch of times. But I just look at the rosters and go, there's more at stake here. And if you really think about it, the Jets, now everyone, even a Jet fan yesterday, a lifelong Jet fan said he couldn't believe I picked them. I did. If they win this game and get to 4-7, guess what? They will have themselves a nice path to go up against some of these other teams. So, yeah, I'll take the Jets in this one. Sorry, Indianapolis.
All right. The game I'm probably most interested in that it's not one of the big ones is the Sunday night game, Pat, the Chargers and the Bengals, because Cincinnati's at a point where they have to win this game. But even for the Chargers, if they lose, their schedule's daunting the rest of the way. There's no guarantees that they're a playoff team if they lose this game. How do you see it?
Yeah, I love the difference to me is the Charger defense. Cincinnati's defense is not good enough. These are 2 great quarterbacks. I will take the Chargers at home mainly because of their defense. On this 3-game winning streak, they're giving up 12 points a game. I know that Burrow's going to score more, but so will Herbert. Herbert's got plenty going on for himself. He doesn't have the 9 touchdowns that Burrow has in recent games, but he does have 5 of them, and this guy doesn't throw interceptions. I counted up his passes. He's now 211 throws without an interception. That's saying something to me. So give me the Charger defense at home.
Atlanta at Denver. Interesting game for both.
Yeah, and I've gone back and forth on this one a couple of times. I like Atlanta, but recently I'm suspicious. Everyone's kind of like on the Denver trail, but Denver is 0-4 against teams that are presently qualified for the playoffs. They can't beat the big boys. They lost to Pittsburgh, the Chargers, Baltimore, Kansas City. Now, I'll make a case that Atlanta's not in that category, but Atlanta is a playoff qualifier, and you're talking about Denver. They step up and beat bad teams. Their wins against some of them are impressive, but not really. A rookie quarterback against Cousins and company. I'll take Atlanta on the road, and I'm holding my breath, believe me.
How impressed are you with the maturation of Nix, though? He has really come on. He did everything he was supposed to do last week against Kansas City and didn't get the win. He's maturing before our eyes, Pat.
He is. And I think they picked the right guy for what they want to do. But when you look against him at this point, and this is not, it's fair to say, but it's unfair to expect him to be any better. But when you look at him against those teams that he couldn't beat, he threw 4 touchdowns in 4 games, 4 interceptions, 10 sacks. I think he's just not at that level, and nor are any of the other rookie quarterbacks. We're asking these guys to start from day one and then, that's right, bring us to the playoffs. I think it's tough to keep asking those things. Stroud did it, and they think others can.
Packers own the Bears. Bears lost 3 in a row. They're infighting. Does Chicago even show up and put up a fight in arguably their biggest rival?
I would say this, just listening to the Chicago Bear alumni, and those guys are very vocal. If you don't show up against the Packers, they are going to be tearing down players, coaches, everybody else. They better show up. I don't think they will. This goes all the way back to the Hail Mary. I said it when we had our fake spike. We never won another game. They may not win another game. And they're in trouble right now, psychologically, physically. And you go to the head coach and ask to bench the quarterback? Who the hell are you? And the defense, you're supposed to be great. You're not. I'll take the Packers.
What about players going to the coach and wanting the quarterback benched? I mean, Pat, Badgett's the answer? I mean, come on. We all know that Caleb Williams is their guy. What prompted that, in your opinion?
Well, they want to blame someone else besides themselves. And it's easy to blame the quarterback. The kid had neither offensive tackle last week and was sacked 9 times. He was sacked 4 or 5 times when he had the tackles. And now it's the quarterback's fault. You signed on to this thing and you knew we were playing the rookie quarterback. They made no doubts about that. They were going to play Caleb. And I'm a Tyson Bagent guy. You guys know that. Yep. But it's not the guy to put on now. But to go to here's what I would have said. Go down to the weight room and get stronger. You can't stop the run. I would have told him that. Get out of my office. It's none of your business. You're an employee. I am the employer.
Seattle coming off their bye, getting healthy, but they've lost 5 of 6. They're a game back of Arizona in the loss column. Now they got to go to Santa Clara and play the Niners, who are also getting healthy.
Yeah, I like the 49ers in this game. This has not been a good matchup in a lot of ways for the Seattle Seahawks, and they are in some trouble. I talked to McDonald yesterday. He thought the bye helped. They always think the bye helps, and maybe it did. But Gino is 0-5 against San Francisco as a starting quarterback for Seattle, and he's thrown 2 touchdowns in 5 games. I don't think it's going to get much better. I like the Niners.
You know, the Rams blew a big opportunity against Miami, but they still have an opportunity to make a run here in the NFC. I think they get it done against the Patriots, but do you think they have enough to make a run the rest of the way?
For me, with them, it's one game at a time, right? We see flashes of why David liked them in August, and we thought they had a chance. And then sometimes they don't have enough personnel. They get any receiver injury, and we see what happens to them. I do like them in this game, but I will say this about New England. They are kind of cruising to a spoiler role, and I talked to a couple of their players this week. And White, the big defensive tackle, he was interesting. I said, you guys look so much better coached than your opponent last week. He goes, we really know what we're doing right now. And they do think that their Drake May stuff is really starting to help them. And he is pretty good as an athlete, thrown enough touchdowns, and they were comparing it to Jacoby. So it is better, but I'll take the Rams.
All right. Couple of teams that are solid favorites. Which one are you more concerned about? The Vikings on the road in Nashville against the Titans, or the Dolphins, short week, banged up still, Raiders coming off a bye?
Yeah, I'm more concerned, and I'm not that concerned, but your question was which one I'm most concerned in. I'd be most concerned about Minnesota. I don't like Tennessee, but they play enough defense. Not all of their game is good on defense, but I think they'll win. But you asked me most concerned. I'm not concerned with Miami. I think Las Vegas is a mess right now. And they're back to Minshew. Do you think Minshew lasts the whole game? I think he has a very good chance he'll get benched in the game.
By the way, is it because Darnold's regressing also that you're a little concerned about Minnesota? Or do you think that's just a 2-week, bobble?
I think that he's not regressing. I think he's thrown some interceptions, and he's known for it. The problem with all these low-level quarterbacks, they can never escape their past. We all think Baker's playing great, but if Baker has a couple of bad games in a row, like 2, we will all be told about his life in Cleveland. So Sam Darnold walks around with his history, and they're willing to dust it off whenever they can. He's good enough to win, and they will win, but you asked me about the other part of it. God, I wish you put Detroit in the list. I would have never picked them against Jacksonville to have a problem.
You think they cover that big number? Pat, they have not been that big of a favorite since 1973. They were a 19-point favorite against the Saints. Greg Landry was the damn quarterback. Do you think they can cover the 14?
Yes. I think that they play with a little bit of more of their hair on fire type of team. They play hard. They wouldn't dare not play hard for that coach.
All right, about 30 seconds. How concerned are you with Houston Monday night? They've lost 3 of 4, but they're playing Dallas.
The Battle of Texas, that'd be enough motivation for them, and I do think they'll play well enough to beat Dallas. Dallas can't be as bad as they look. They really can't, but they continue to look that way.
And they look awful at home. They actually look like the worst team in the league so far in their home games. He's Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio's moving the chains, 3 to 7 weekdays, 2 to 5 Saturday. Sunday, he'll be with the NFL Today show in Buffalo. He joined us once again, courtesy of Pinchers. Steve Carney is next. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Steve.
Good morning, Mark. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Steve. You're busy this morning.
A little bit,
Yeah.
not too bad.
Well,
Always have time for you.
Well, you have been generous to us over the years, and we're very appreciative. Did you have fun at the Navy South Florida game last week?
I did. It was really nice. It would have been nicer to see Pete Medhurst. I don't know if you know Pete.
Well, he's battling cancer, right?
Cancer, yeah.
Yeah.
So he had the brain tumor removed, according to his wife, and now it's up to radiation and immunotherapy.
Yep.
But he's been and he went back into the hospital. Apparently, he had pneumonia. So it's been a rough go for him. But it was nice to see the folks from Navy. And yeah, the game went well.
Big one tomorrow.
I know. Very big one tomorrow.
I have to admit, I don't like the idea of them playing back-to-back weeks. I don't.
I don't either.
There's a part of me that wants Tulane to win just so Army-Navy means Army-Navy.
Yeah, I know. The thing for me is I would love to see Army in the CFP, but they're going to need so much help.
Yeah.
Because Boise State's 8-1, their only loss to Oregon. Washington State's 8-1, their only loss to Boise.
Well,
Washington State can't get in, though. They don't win a conference. They're not a conference champion.
They'd have to get in as an at-large. So Washington State, we could pretty much push to the side. Okay,
It's just Boise.
But Steve,
so you beat Notre Dame.
Yeah, Army probably has to run the table to get in,
and they need Boise to lose again.
I actually think if Army ran the table, they'd put them in.
I don't know.
Boy, that's close.
I mean, when your one loss is by 3 points on the road to the top team in the country,
I understand, but also this is where being Army could work for you.
Yes, God, I hope so. Bryson Daly's such a good story. Be great to have in the CFP.
It really would. All right, 10 seconds.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It may be a football Friday, but our next guest can cover some of that as well. He's a very talented and versatile guy. He's Steve Carney. You know him most for baseball, stpete9.com, where he covers the Rays and all of Major League Baseball. But he's co-host of the Armed Services football podcast, Yards and Stripes. He's also part of the Lightning Radio Network. Follow Steve on X at Steve Carney, Carney. I know you're very busy today. We appreciate your time. Good morning. How are you?
Is there anything going on this week?
Not in your world.
No, not at all.
That is for sure.
Yeah, there's a million directions we could go, but obviously we're talking about the Rays, even though the Lightning with a huge win last night against Winnipeg at home. All right. They're playing at Steinbrenner Field. This seemed like the logical choice, Steve. I guess, how much does this help solidify any chance that, there was talk of them moving? Staying in Tampa seems to solidify the Rays in the St. Pete, Tampa area, doesn't it?
You would think so, though some of the politicians in Pinellas County still like to grandstand, in my opinion, because they're not playing in Clearwater. I know that there is a certain Pinellas County commissioner who has come out on social media and saying, I will vote no because they're not playing in Clearwater or Dunedin. And he can take the moral high ground if he wants. But I do think that it is very good that they are playing in Tampa as opposed to, say, Orlando or Sarasota or Durham, North Carolina, or Miami. There are plenty of places that they could have played this year that would have been very, very bad. This is not one of them.
Were you concerned that this wasn't going to happen? Like, we found out, I guess, yesterday how magnanimous that the Steinbrenner family was in all this, which is interesting because the Rays and Yankees genuinely don't like each other. All right. But so was it a foregone conclusion that this was going to happen?
Not really. I think that if George Steinbrenner was still alive, he would have made that announcement while the hurricane was going on. But anybody can be magnanimous when you're getting paid $15 million to do so. Let's not cut corners here. The Yankees are not doing this out of the kindness of their hearts. They're getting paid to do this by the Rays. So and they're going to have to relocate their single A team, their Florida State League team, in order to do so. Now they can do that by just sending them across the street to their complex on Himes Avenue and playing games there. But still, it was not set in stone that this was going to happen. It's not like this was something that we all said, oh yeah, this is exactly what's going to happen. It's nice that it is, but this was not something that was a foregone conclusion.
All right, let's talk about the Trop and getting the Trop fixed and the money for it. Where is the money? Where is the deductible going to come from? Because they cheaped out. They had like $100 million policy, changed the policy to save $250,000. It bit them right in the tuchus because now they'd really like that other policy, but they don't have it. So who's coming up with the deductible?
That would be me and every other St. Pete taxpayer that's going on right now. We're gonna have to foot the bill. I mean, that's part of the use agreement. The city owns the stadium, and they are responsible for the upkeep. So, whatever is not paid by insurance, including the deductible, I guess they're just gonna have to take it from our wallets. And it's unfortunate that the politicians decided that they wanted to change the insurance policy and it bit them in the rear end. They're not the only people that have had that happen to them. I can tell by personal experience. When you change a insurance policy, you're hoping it doesn't bite you, but sometimes it does.
Is there any realistic chance, grandstanding aside, Steve, that Pinellas County doesn't come up with the $34 million difference? Okay. Or even if they have to come up with the whole 56 million. I mean, they have to know if they don't come up with the 56 million, then, well, first off, they're probably not going to go through with the deal.
Yeah.
Okay. To keep the Rays there. I mean, isn't that a small price to pay to keep the major league team in St. Pete?
And it's such a small number compared to the $1.6 billion that they're looking to spend over the next 25 years or so in order to redevelop this entire Tropicana Field site. So, I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It may make sense to, some politician that's trying to posture and make a point, but it doesn't make any sense to me. Let's get the money paid. Let's get back into the Trop for 2026. Because if you decide that this is the hill you want to die on, the Rays are going to be playing in Charlotte in 2026.
Are you for sure that the 1.6 billion is going to get with the new changes in government? Is this still a done deal, Steve? I mean, that's the ultimate question are we going to get a shovel in the ground anytime soon?
On the city council side, Mark, I think it is. I think we're good. The big question comes from the county commission because they have two new people that are going to be sworn in on Monday, and then they're supposed to vote on the bonds on Tuesday. Now that may get moved back a month, but they've got to do it sometime before March, because if they kick the can until March, this whole thing's over.
Can they legally change the vote? I mean, can these commissioners say, hey, I didn't pass it 2 months ago, and my vote now is also, what happens if 5-3 becomes 4-4?
4-4 means it's dead. That's the simple answer. A 4-4 is a defeated motion. It must pass 5-3.
Do you think Stu would pay the money if for whatever reason? Okay, because in screwed up logic, a politician could go, I'm not going to put 35 or 55 million towards a stadium that we're knocking down, but I will okay the $1.5 billion project because it's far more than a stadium. It's an entire neighborhood. It's a city, blah, blah, blah. Would Stu, if it came down to it, do you think he'd dip into his pocket and pay for the repairs of the Trop?
If it made financial sense to him. And the
Well,
only
if
way
he
it makes-
doesn't, they're not staying there. That ultimately, don't you think Stu is like, well, if I don't pay for the repairs, then we're going to have to move.
Well, I look at it in this sense, and I always tell people, it's like, would you help your landlord pay for repairs to your house when you're not financially obligated to? Then the answer to that question is no. Now, would Stu Sternberg say, you know what, I'll fit the $55 million in repairs, but now you have to add more money to you're going to make it so I have to pay less for the new stadium. You're going to fit more of the bill for the new stadium than you originally thought. And that's the haggling that's going to happen if they want it to go that way.
Boy,
Steve
this
Carney.
thing looked like it was done deal.
I know.
And now this hurricane comes in and screws everything up for what's the
Damn
future.
you act of God. I feel like Charlton Heston on the beach in Planet of the Apes.
Steve Carney, stpete9.com, but also Yards and Stripes. A big one this week that's kind of going under the radar for most. Navy and Tulane, the winner likely to play Army for the AAC title. All right, we've been joking, Steve. Let's just say Navy wins.
Mm-hmm.
Don't the two sides just get together and say, screw the AAC title, we'll see you in D.C., and then the winner goes to the playoff?
What's hilarious, David, is that if Navy beats Tulane, chaos happens, because now all three teams have one conference game left. Navy's is against I'm sorry, I should say Army's is against UTSA, and Tulane has Memphis. And so it's like, no, this could be, and Navy's is against East Carolina. I mean, there is a scenario that would have Navy and Tulane playing in the conference championship game if Army loses to UTSA. That I think is crazy, and that's where the chaos comes in. And like I said, I love chaos.
What's Navy have to do to beat Tulane, though? Because Tulane's a 7-point favorite. They are on paper the better team. How does Navy win the game?
They got to be able to not do what they did against Notre Dame and turn the ball over 6 times. I really do think that ball control is the end all be all of midshipman football, and that starts with Blake Horvath, and we saw that in the game against USF last week here in Tampa. They did a great job of making sure that they did not turn the football over. They had the one turnover that was kind of crazy weird, but I really do think that if they can hold on to the football, they've got a good shot at beating Tulane.
Gut feeling, what happens next week? Do you think the vote that was scheduled takes place with the new people on it, or do you think it gets delayed? And if they vote, how do you think it goes?
I think it does get delayed. I think they're gonna kick the can down the road at least a month, and then we'll see.
Do you think that's because they fear if they voted next week it'd fail?
I do. I think they want, and the commissioner, the certain commissioners have said, oh, the Rays haven't spoken to us since July. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't know that you were their mother. But I just really think that they've got to be able to have some of these commissioners want to haggle this thing out. And do I think that's a bad thing? Not really, but I don't think it's going to get them anywhere. I think they're going to be right back where they were in a month. If
they put this to a vote with the citizens, do you think it would pass?
No, I don't. Anything like this always gets shot down. Look at what the folks in Kansas City did. They rejected all the allocation for a new Royal Stadium and to rehab Arrowhead. And those two teams have been very, very good over the last few years. And they're known for being great sports fans in Kansas City. And they said, nope, we're not giving you the money. So yeah, any sort of public vote fails. And Your friend of mine, David Sampson, has said that on multiple occasions. That's why you don't go to a public vote, because it's going to fail.
Steve Carney, very busy these days, whether it's Lightning Radio Network, whether it's Armed Services Football, Yards and Stripes is the podcast, and of course, stpete9.com, covering Major League Baseball with a focus on the Rays throughout the year. Follow Steve on X. He's a great follow. Steve Carney, Carney. Steve, thanks for making time for us. Enjoy your weekend.
I will, as long as you do the same, guys.
Well, we will. Steve Carney, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton, and he does so once again on the American Supplies Hotline.
There you go.
I had it. I was just actually,
Oh, that was a poignant pause?
I was just, for effect.
Thought maybe you lost the liner, and by now I know you've got that down.
I just American Paint Supplies and Floor Meisters, baby. I know that. I know a few others as well. Pinchers for Pat, Cape Coral Police for the good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when.
Always looking to add more, though. Would
Sure.
love to add more.
Sure.
Ready for you to jump on board the Miller and Moulton train.
What's your gut feeling, by the way? You think this is going to, through gritted teeth, actually still go through in St. Pete? Or do you think that this hurricane is actually, we're going to look back 2-3 years from now and go, I'll be damned, the hurricane cost us the Rays?
60-40, it goes down in flames. The point that Steve made is that there's no way a public vote would pass this. So new politicians that come in are going to be apprehensive to vote yes for this.
They kill the whole project, though.
I understand.
Although in theory, you could just carve the money for the stadium and what have you out of the project. Didn't we say, it's like not even a quarter of the money that's involved in this project? Honestly, it's known as the Rays Stadium deal, but the deal is far more than the Rays Stadium. It's actually a minority part of the project.
But it's public funds in people's eyes going, how much are those new commissioners' phones ringing from people saying, don't pass this? I've never gotten the sense that they've been fully on board. It passed 5-3 to begin with. So I'll play the wait. I'll play the David Sampson wait and see game.
All right. And I know I'm an idiot. I know that. But if I'm Sternberg and I'm serious, I would offer to pay the money. I would, as a good faith gesture. And I would say to them, but you suckers are making sure you keep passing the vote on the project. I'll pay the money.
I thought Steve made a good point. He'll pay the money if he's getting it back on the other side. And
I know. But to me, at this point, getting the $50+ million back on the other side, hell, at this point, just pass the damn project.
Because from the looks of it, Sternberg will do just fine on the other side about how this development and what he gets in the whole package. He's going to be doing very well. We hope you do very well the weekend. Those of you that are leaving us in Port Charlotte and Lake City. For the rest of you, the 239 and the 904, the Diamond District bonus hour. That's next. Thanks for listening to Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
RCB, I agree with Steve. Steve has always said, here's now the problem with the Rays in Tampa, the Bucks, and that the Bucks Stadium is 30 years old. And if all of a sudden the Rays in St. Pete becomes dead, and there's a group, first off, is it going to be Sternberg as owner? Or is Sternberg going to have to sell to someone in Tampa? Whoever it is, though, they're going to want money from Hillsborough County. And Steve has always contended, and I agree with him, that the minute that happens, the Glazer family goes, if you're spending any money on a stadium, you're spending it on us. Our stadium's 30 years old, by the way. That's right about the time stadiums get replaced.
By the way, when the Bucks get a new stadium, is it a dome? If it were Super Bowl quality, they'd get Super Bowls there, EB. They don't get Super Bowls there. In fact, I think you could argue they never get one again unless they had a dome.
I think they get one because the last one they got turned out to be the pandemic year. And I think the NFL will say, hey, we kind of owe you one. But they got to start coming east. Miami hasn't had one in a while. All right. Nashville's going to get one. Atlanta's going to get one. So Dallas, Jarrah hasn't had one in almost 15 years. All right. So
That's bet you the only way for Dallas to play in one.
Boom. I'll bet you Tampa doesn't get one till the 2030s. But I think they'll get one as a solid for, biting the bullet.
By the 2030s, they may have a new stadium, David.
Well, maybe that's how they get it. Would you do retractable roof?
Yes.
Costs you a lot more money. It's an extra like $500 million.
It's not my money. French dip starting to take a rather big lead.
Uh-oh. What in the wide world of sports is going on here?
Well, I mean, it's a better sandwich, David. It's a hamburger versus a steak burger. I mean, it's steak. versus hamburger. That's all. Yay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And just like that, on a Football Friday, it's the Diamond District bonus hour for the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Well, we made our picks against the number. We did that when we always do it in 720 or thereabouts. So go to millerandmoulton.com if you missed it. Get our picks against the number. And yes, and if you have done that this year, you'd be making money because, well, we haven't been good. We haven't.
Man, you really would be. If you just went against Miller and Moulton, you'd be making good money.
You would be 67-52. Now you have to go against both of us, but
right,
you'd be 15 games over 500. I mean, that'd cover the VIG. You'd have money. You'd be all right. Lee Sterling also made his picks. He did that at the top of the 7 a.m. Eastern hour. This is when we normally go through the NFL games, and quite the competitive slate this week.
All right. Let's just pick winners here. I think, what am I up? 4 on you right now?
No, it's more than that. No, it's more than that. I thought it was like 7.
Okay. Well, let's see if you can have a winning week and bring this back a little closer as we get
trying.
closer.
I mean, I keep disagreeing. I keep picking these wild upsets. Problem is, I keep splitting them. I'm only getting 2 out of 4 right. I need to start getting 3 out of 4 right so I can start picking up ground. I feel like the guy who wins 2 of the first 3 games of the series, and you're winning the Thursday afternoon game and getting on the plane and making me feel lousy. I can't catch up.
The Dolphins host Vegas. I'm taking the Dolphins in this game. It's a must win. They beat bad teams. It's what Miami does. I don't think Vegas has much of a shot. Minshew starting at quarterback. What do you think?
I actually think it's going to be a close game. I'm very concerned. Dolphins, short week, a lot of travel, a lot of guys haven't practiced this week. I think they win. I do. I think they found something last week with the 3 wide receiver set and clearly the pass rush. So I do think they'll win. But, Mark, their right tackle is out for the year. They got a backup right tackle. Do you know who he lines up against? Max Crosby. That's a problem. I mean, that has to be accounted for on every snap the whole game. Seriously. So, I mean, that, to me, they're going to be keeping 6 men in. I would keep 6 men in every play. I cannot let him have single coverage 1 snap. He will wreck Tua. Absolutely wreck him. So I think this is going to be a 3, 4, 6-point game. I would take the points, but I'll take the Dolphins.
Too bad Flacco's not playing, so we'd have nearly 80 years of quarterback play between the 2 quarterbacks. But it's Richardson for Indianapolis taking on the Jets, and because of that, I'm taking the Jets. If Flacco was playing, I would take Indianapolis. With Richardson playing, I'm taking the Jets.
Yeah, same reasoning, although there is a part of me that's concerned that the Jets have packed it in. I think this is the week we find out, have the Jets packed it in? All right. Have the Bears packed it in? There are certain teams, I think, this week we find out whether or not they're done.
And there are a lot of bad teams in the league, so there are a lot of teams we could be asking that question about. Baltimore and Pittsburgh, one of the marquee games of the week. Lamar is 1-3 against Pittsburgh in his career. He's missed a bunch of these games. I'm taking Pittsburgh at home, David. I wrestled with this one all morning. Almost put it in my fantastic 5 picks. But I'm going to take the Steelers at home because they've had a lot of success against Lamar.
Does it surprise you that Baltimore is a 3-point road favorite in this one?
No.
Really? Pittsburgh, nobody has played the Ravens better over the years than the Steelers, number one. Number two, you mentioned Lamar's record. He's literally beaten them once. And Baltimore doesn't have a defense to speak of. And the Steelers have 3/4 of an offense and a really good defense. I'm surprised at the spread. I thought it was going to be 2.5 the other way. With that said, I'm going to take the more balanced team. I'm going to take the Steelers.
Oh, I thought for sure we would disagree on that one. The Vikings in Tennessee, I'm going to go with the Vikings, although I don't like the fact that Sam Darnold's starting to turn the ball over, but Tennessee's god-awful. And because of that, I'll take the Vikings.
Yeah, I don't care if it's Mason Rudolph or Will Levis. I think Flores' defense. By the way, don't you have to start interviewing him for another head coaching job? Yes, no?
Come out and said he wants one. I mean, we know that, but I mean, he's been a little public about it. Yes.
I mean, did a pretty good job in Miami, all things considered. Yeah, there's no doubt the whole Tua thing. And he's going to have to show he's a little different. But I don't know. I think I got to interview him if I'm a few teams. I really do, especially teams that need toughness. But, yeah, I like the Vikings.
Cleveland and New Orleans. Jameis goes back to New Orleans. Jameis gets the win in New Orleans. We had good Jameis followed by bad Jameis. I'm going with good Jameis this week.
Yeah, I'm taking the Saints at home. All right. They played their you-know-what off for that coach. All right. I'm just going to say it continues for another week.
You're taking Detroit, right?
Is that a serious question?
Can we just move on from that game? We're both taking Detroit.
The only question is, are you going to lay the 14?
I would.
Yeah, I would also. Well, I know Dr. Roto said he thinks it'll be less than that. And a few others have said they think the Jags cover, but we don't.
We both took Green Bay laying the 5.5, so we're both taking them outright against Chicago in that game. I've got the Rams against the Patriots, David. Do you think New England's got any shot at beating the Rams at home?
Absolutely, I do. I saw the Rams up close and personal Monday. They've got offensive line issues, and New England shows up with a defense. So, yeah, the Rams are down like half their team, and it's starting to show. So I'm going to take a flyer on I took the Patriots last week. I'm going to take them again this week. By the way, can I just go back? I really do believe this is the entire regime in Chicago on the line this week. I don't think they have to win. They have got to be in a dogfight and play well with the Packers. I know moral victories, but I'm telling you, they have laid down like dogs the last 2 weeks. This is the Packers. If they don't show up this week, play well, Eberflus is definitely gone, but I actually think that the GM's in big trouble if they don't play well Sunday also. I think this could go all the way up to Kevin Warren, that he stays and the ownership stays and everybody else is gone.
You can see as I just do this with an M and a D next to each team, so I keep track of our picks. There's dots next to Denver, but in the end, I took Atlanta on the road. I'm going to take Cousins over Knicks in a game that I think is going to be really, really entertaining. Low scoring, but I think Atlanta will score enough to win.
Yeah, Bo Nix impressed me last week. Denver impressed me last week. They had a clunker against Baltimore, but I'm going to take the Broncos at home.
Seattle and San Francisco. San Francisco, after the bye the last couple of years, has been really good. They turn it on at the right time. They're going to be scary by the end of the year. They win this game against Seattle, and we're going to start talking about the 49ers to win that division, which inevitably they will.
The Seahawks just do not match up with the Niners physically. They haven't for like 4 years now. And Geno Smith is 0 for his Seattle career against the Niners, including a playoff loss. I like the Niners.
Kansas City and Buffalo. We had this in both of our Fantastic Fives. We were on opposite sides. I'm taking the Chiefs. David's taking the Bills. Not much is going to change when we're picking actual winners when it's just a 2-point number. So that's how we like that game. Cincinnati and LA. I took LA and laid the points in my pick. I think that just too much defense for the Chargers for Cincinnati to win the game. How do you see it, David?
I'm going to take a flyer on the Bengals. I shouldn't. Okay, but I mean, if I pick the Steelers over the Ravens, I should probably take the Chargers over the Bengals. I don't think there's a quarterback, maybe Josh Allen, that's playing better than Burrow right now. So if they don't knock him on his ass, Burrow's going to beat him.
And I think they will knock him around in that game. I think the pass rush gets to Burrow because, one, the Cincinnati offensive line's not great. They're one-dimensional running the foot. They can't run the football. So inevitably, I think they get to the quarterback. Monday night, Houston and Dallas. I'm picking Houston in this game. What type of shot do you give the Cowboys, David?
I give them a puncher's chance because Houston's lost 3 or 4, and their win was a pull one out against Indianapolis at home. I mean, the Texans have played badly now for a month. So they're not facing the 5-1 Houston Texans, if you know what I mean. They're facing the 6-4 Houston Texans. But yeah, I'll take Houston. If we could just go back to the Bills and Chiefs for a second. Listen, Mahomes is the best player in the league. He is. But he's not playing like it. I mean, part of the reason I'm taking the Bills is Josh Allen right now would get my MVP vote. Now, he's going to have to outplay Mahomes because I think he has less to play with Sunday. I really do. And I'm worried that this is the week that the Bills defense that I've been saying, how in the world are they playing as well as they are, gets exposed a little bit. And KC's got the weapons to do it. But, I mean, Mark, honestly, right now, you had to vote for MVP. I mean, Karl Malone won an MVP. Barkley won an MVP. I mean, Michael didn't win the MVP every year in the 90s when he was the best player in the league, obviously, throughout the 90s. Anybody playing better than Josh Allen?
Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson. I'm sorry. I mean, you asked me a question.
I know.
Jackson, what he's been doing out of the pocket, the fact that he's been using all of his receivers, the fact that they've got Henry there that provides him the ability to throw it a little more easily. If Josh Allen wins this game, though, David, I think it propels him to the front of the MVP race because Lamar didn't beat him. That would be the difference between the two of them this year. So if he wins the game, he's got a damn good shot at winning the MVP. Obviously, if he doesn't win the game, we can quit the Josh Allen MVP talk.
Fair enough. But I'm telling you, Mahomes right now, on merit, should not make the Pro Bowl in the AFC. It should be Josh Allen, Lamar, and Burrow in whatever order you want to put them in. Mahomes should not be a Pro Bowl quarterback this year. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when? Coming up in 25 minutes.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and CoreTech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I'll tell you what, the Twitch chat room, you guys shocked me today, especially you Irish football and ambient. You guys both picked the Broncos to win this week. I am stunned. I mean, I floored that you guys took the Broncos to win. And Irish football, you took Notre Dame to beat Army. I mean, I am telling you, you are living in a crazy world today. I don't know if, David, you caught it.
What?
But both ambient and Irish football both picked the Broncos to win. And Irish football, wait for it, during an interview with Steve Carney, said that Notre Dame's going to beat Army. Wow.
That's
I'm
shocking.
floored. I am floored.
They're probably going to be like a 17-point favorite.
Right.
They better beat Army. They don't win out, they're not getting in the playoff. They don't win out, he's got a 1-year contract next year.
There's a lot of good college basketball tonight, David.
There's great college basketball tonight.
For a Friday night, holy cow.
Did you see the quote from the women's player at Harvard?
I did not.
She had 41 points, 10 rebounds. She's asked afterwards, when did you know you were in the groove today? She said, when I woke up this morning. Love her. Harmony Turner is her name. I think she's a freshman.
I apologize for my lack of knowledge of Harvard women's basketball.
No, I know. I just didn't know if you saw it on X or something.
No, I did not. The only person that I follow on X that covers women's basketball is you. Double D's cheesesteak. Is that the one Baby Jules was talking about that's at Sun Harvest every once in a while too? Logic Man?
So is she a truck and she brings the truck?
Yeah, it's a truck.
Oh, my goodness. I love buying food out of a truck.
More than drive-through?
Well, it's all the food that I bought in the streets of New York City. All right. I love the street vendor type. I do.
Jules, what's the name of your truck there for cheesesteaks?
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on a football Friday.
Football Friday.
Mark is distracted. There is a cheesesteak conversation that is taking place in the last few minutes in the Twitch chat room. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm losing him. He did 2 poll questions today. He's already put in more than enough work. So I knew at some point the tangent was going to happen. Patty melt or French dip?
French dip taking firm control with 61% of the vote, David.
Unbelievable. I'm losing that one. And what's the other one?
Will you watch the Tyson Paul fight tonight on Netflix? And 58% of our audience says absolutely.
You know, I have the app. I could just watch it on my phone.
Or your computer. That you
well,
bring
but I'm
down
going
the
to be
road.
traveling. I'm not going to break out the computer. I keep all that because I only need it for the show. So I keep all that packed.
It's a laptop.
Like I said, it's at the bottom of the bag. All the radio equipment's on top of it. I'm not breaking it open for the damn Tyson Paul fight. I leave what's in the red bag in the red bag.
Is it still the Lee Sterling red bag that you travel with?
Damn right it is. It's the Paramount Sports travel bag. The radio show is in that bag.
It was a good. I don't know what happened to mine. That was a good bag. It was a quality workout bag. Had the little, the sweat compartment in there for your wet clothes.
Yep.
Lee Sterling every year sends a Christmas gift to all the radio shows that he's on. Some years it's okay. Some years it's really good.
Right.
I still have, there's like a workout towel he gave one year. I still use. It's fantastic.
So, no, the laptop's in the bottom of the Paramount Sports bag, and that's where it stays. That's the radio show. We break it out Sunday night when we get to our Monday Night Football destination. I put it together in the hotel room.
Well, and most, I would think, is particularly the hotels you're staying in, should have the ability to hook up to your Netflix account right on the television.
It's possible. It's possible, but then, with passwords and usernames and all that. I mean, I got it set up at the house. I don't know if I could do it anywhere else. I have the app on the phone.
I think the problem is you're watching college hoop tonight.
There's a good chance.
I think you're more interested in SMU Butler than you are the Tyson Paul fight.
I might be more interested in Colorado State, Wyoming college football tonight than the Tyson Paul fight. Here's another thing. It will offend me if Paul wins. It will. And I understand Tyson's 30 years older than him, but it will bother me because he's not a real fighter. Okay? And I know it's a made-for-TV or pay-per-view event. I get that. But it will bother me. They're stepping in a ring. They're putting boxing gloves on. Even though there are 2-minute rounds, not 3. To me, the boxer should win. He's not a boxer. He's trying to make himself into a boxer. Okay. People think he's roided up.
He is roided up.
Okay. I want Tyson to take him out. Boom. Thanks. Next. Listen, congratulations. You've marketed yourself. You're going to make $40 million tonight.
Well, he's bet all the money already on the fight. I mean, he's basically bet everything that he's earned on the fight. He could lose it all.
Well, then now I really want Tyson to take him out. It will just bother me. Okay. I will say this, first off, it's not like Tyson's going to step in the ring again. It's not like there's a senior tour that people are clamoring to watch. Okay. If Tyson loses, they'll say, well, he's 58 years old. If Paul loses, isn't he done?
Interesting. I doubt it because people are watching him. We're not, but people watch his fight.
But if he loses this fight, if we call it that, I mean, how marketable is he if he loses tonight?
Guess it, David, I hate to say it, but it depends on how he loses. He gets knocked out cold, then he's done. He goes the distance with Tyson and loses in a decision, then he'll fight again.
He's the favorite, for goodness sakes.
I know.
He loses to a guy who can nearly cash in an IRA. And you're marketable? You lose to someone who's over twice as old as you in an athletic competition, and you're still marketable? What am I missing? This isn't golf, I mean, this isn't Bernhard Langer beating Scheffler in an 18-hole match because anything can happen one day on the golf course. I don't know. I mean, but granted, I'm not into him. I haven't paid for any of his fights or anything like that. I think this is a staggering risk by him. I do. I think he's got everything to lose.
Yeah, $40 million to gain, even though he's wagering a bunch of it. He's been marketing gold. I don't watch it. I'm not into it, but I've got to respect what he's pulled off in the exhibition fighting world.
So how much of our audience is watching this thing tonight?
58%.
Okay. So you mean to tell me the French dip is beating the patty melt by a bigger margin than people are going to watch this spectacle tonight?
That is correct, David.
Okay.
That is correct.
Gotcha.
Apparently, I had to go get a cheesesteak from a food truck, too. That's all I know from today.
Well, I have to admit, it was me eating on the show yesterday that drove you nuts. Us talking about patty melts, French dips, and now we're talking about buying cheesesteaks off of food trucks. I mean, I'm barely going to make it to the top of the hour. I just want to run out and just start gnawing on something.
I didn't realize you liked food trucks as much as you like drive-thrus.
Love them. Love the street vendor. Loved going to New York City buying food on the street. Honestly, loved it. Love it. I love any downtown. I love downtowns. Any city, and you got the vendors out. Whatever. I love it. I'm all in.
Yeah, I could see you if you ever moved from Jacksonville, moving to a bigger city to retire, where you're right in the mix.
I would. Right. I mean, I'd probably have to leave my wife, but absolutely. Then again, she might leave me. Hell, after a week ago Tuesday, she might be leaving the U.S. for all I know. So, I mean, I'm staying. I know that. So, you might have just tapped into something there, Mark. Think about it. If they leave me, to move to another country, I'll, in New York City, what will I need? I'll need like 1.5 rooms, which will be about all I can afford.
Yeah, that's all you need. You're eating out every meal.
Totally.
You don't even really need a kitchen. You need a bedroom and a bathroom. That's
right.
That's got it covered.
You know me, though. Great restaurants, street vendors. My favorite basketball and hockey teams are down the street. Seriously? Come to think of it, I'm starting to get fired up about that possibility.
Not to mention Broadway.
I love Broadway.
Miller and Moulton. Vote on the poll questions. It's important.
Just for our ego. Because you guys, when we ask legit sports questions, there's 14 of you that vote. Okay, so just, come out of the woodwork. Text Mark at 21,000. Make sure you use the keyword Miller so the messages could stop going to Michigan. And then vote in our poll questions. That'd be great.
It would be.
That's all we're asking of you this weekend.
Perfect. A lot of football to watch, but there's some football tonight. There's actually really good college hoop tonight. Florida State play tonight.
Mm-hmm.
A&M and Ohio State play. It's two ranked teams playing. So there's some pretty good college hoop tonight if you are so inclined to join that season.
Alabama, Purdue, Georgia Tech, SMU, Butler. Mm-hmm. West Virginia, Pitt also in hoop. They should play in everything.
Twice. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when and what's on tap. It's how we'll finish the week off. It's next on Miller and Moulton.
Cigar Bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit SleepTreatmentDirect.com. That's SleepTreatmentDirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Tacori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. This is Miller and Moulton.
want to know if Tuna Machine
I
is
think
going
it's Tuna Mac. I think that was a.
Gotcha.
I think that meant to be Tuna Mac. I think I just spelled it out.
Well, you know, with the work schedule and what have you, I don't get back to the Tuesday night before Thanksgiving. We're not doing Thanksgiving this year. Everybody's doing their own things. So
What, after the successful Thanksgiving a year ago and everybody at your house?
I know, but so let's see. The niece came with her husband and kid, but this year it's her mom's turn for Thanksgiving. So she's going to stay by her since her dad came here last year, my brother-in-law. So the daughter is going to do Thanksgiving with the husband. So they're going to be, 5 hours away. And also the mother-in-law and father-in-law were at our place.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. So, it was, yeah. Yeah.
So this is looking like a Publix already cooked Thanksgiving type of.
Well, the brother-in-law, I think, is going to come visit his mom, and I think wife and I are going to leave. We're going to because we don't get a break. So we're literally going to say, hey, thanks for coming. See ya. And I think we're going to head to the beach.
Good for you, David.
And just have a few hours. The new kitchen. Actually, you know what? The new kitchen has been used recently. Somebody brought over a big thing of food. We had to reheat it in the oven. I know. The stovetop has been used a few times.
Wow. I used the oven and the stove both last night.
I know you have. I mean, we've used it once, I think, each this month. And that's a busy month. Fire department was not called. Fire department hasn't been called. Let's see, when did my wife force me to call the fire department? It was about 7 years ago. Golly, that was something.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 till we're done yapping. It's a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Busy day? Eventful day? How much stuff you got?
A little bit here, a little bit there.
Wow, you really sold that. Okay.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Not a lot of sports today. A lot of things. The Articles of the Confederation, the first Constitution of the U.S., is approved by the Continental Congress today in 1777.
Once again, man, let me tell you, 1776, 1777.
Man, did we get things done.
Golly. I mean, Elon Musk looks at them and says, man, they really knew how to get things done.
Georgetown University opened today in 1791, the first Catholic college in the U.S. 1864, General Sherman leaves Atlanta on his march to the sea. More like burning to the sea.
I was going to say, it didn't work out so well.
Not for anything in his path, except for the one town. I think it's Milledgeville, Georgia, where he had a mistress. He didn't burn that one down. I think that's the right city. I'm not positive. King Gillette patents the safety razor as the Gillette razor blade today in 1904.
That's a biggie. It's 120 years ago?
Yeah.
Wow.
FDR lays the cornerstone of the Jefferson Memorial today in 1939. Elvis's acting debut in the film Love Me Tender premiered today in 1956.
Obviously, this was before our time, but the movies were certainly readily available growing up. Were you ever into Elvis's movies?
No.
I always found them funny in how borderline absurd they were.
All I can think of is the Eddie Murphy bit in which he said, just sing the lines. They just had him, he couldn't act at all, just sing the lines. We're going to win this race. That's all I've got in my head every time I see that stuff. Two things happened today in 69, one important, one not so much. The first one is an estimated 2 million people take part in a Vietnam War demonstration across the U.S. Well, there was outrage then, David.
And you know what? That's legitimate. All right. That's not this fake outrage we have now. That was some legitimate angst.
But the important thing that happened in 69, David, was Wendy's Hamburgers fast food chain opens in Columbus, Ohio.
Oh, my goodness. So Wendy's is 55 years old?
Yes, it is.
So does that mean we can start sending them? Well, no, they send you stuff at 50 now for AARP, right?
They do.
But I will, and you know that pretty much once they start sending you AARP stuff, they also send you all the funeral home stuff. They used to wait till you were like 55 for both, but now they start sending the mailings to you at like 49 and a half, 50.
Today in 86, the Beastie Boys released their debut album, Licensed to Ill. It was the first rap album to go 1 on the Billboard charts. And also in 86, Saturday Night Live used a time delay for just the second time. Do you care to guess who the host was, David, in 86?
All right. I'm guessing it's either, can I do either or do I have to pick one?
You can do either or.
I'm thinking it's either Kinnison or Andrew Dice Clay.
Kinnison. Very good. Very good. The 2020 Masters was won by DJ today.
At like 47 under par, too. The course played just a little different in mid-November.
And today in 2022, Ticketmaster sells more than 2 million tickets for Taylor Swift's The Eras Tour, the most tickets ever sold in a single day for any artist. 2 million tickets in a day.
Didn't the tour like just end like last week?
I think so. If it actually still ended. I mean, if there's another leg, I have no idea. Ed Asner, Randy Savage, and Old Dirty Bastard all would have celebrated birthdays today. I know you're a big ODB fan, David.
No doubt.
Lorena Ochoa is 43 and Carl Anthony Towns is 29. What did I miss?
Microsoft released the Xbox today in 01. Got to admit, that was a game changer.
It was.
Yeah. Just saying. Apparently they lost money for the longest time because the cost it took them to come up with the technology and what have you, they could not charge that to the consumers. No way that we would have paid it. Okay, and apparently on the initial Xbox, they lost wait for it, billion.
That's crazy.
I know.
Hey, I've got an idea, boss. I've really got this new gaming console. It's going to take over.
Wow, it sounds great. How much does it cost? A ton. Well, nobody's going to pay that. I know, but think about it. We'll lose money at first, but we'll make it up over the years. They did it.
Back when college football came out.
$4 billion on the initial Xbox they lost.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to Hernando County in Florida, where a kangaroo escaped near a Florida elementary school, which led to a search. And finally, the diaper-wearing kangaroo was apprehended by sheriff's deputies. Who are these people that have kangaroos as pets? And I want one. I mean, I just lost a dog. I don't know. If I had a choice between another dog and a kangaroo, I think I'd go kangaroo.
Don't you think the kangaroo would take up too much space on the couch?
Yeah, but a kangaroo could really cuddle.
That's if the kangaroo's interested in cuddling.
Sure as hell no, the cat isn't. For the bad, we'll go to Iona here in Florida, right near in our backyard, where a man was caught on camera in an Iona neighborhood Wednesday night walking onto a man's lanai naked.
Oh, here we go.
He walked into the man's lanai, quickly walked out. He had a shirt over his head, but nothing else on. The person whose house it was says, I think he's looking for attention. I think he's going to do it until he gets caught. So if you have a naked man running around your neighborhood, call the Lee County Sheriff's Department. Finally, the ugly, we go to Michigan. We're at the Splash Universe Hotel in Dundee, Michigan. A woman fled the water park after assaulting an employee working the front desk. The 20-year-old female employee told police that a 32-year-old woman jumped the counter, pushing and striking her after she was denied a room due to a declined credit card. She did this whole thing with her 9 children looking on.
Oh, my goodness.
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today, Friday, November 15th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, capecops.com. If you're looking to be a police officer in Cape Coral, a $10,000 signing bonus is waiting for you at capecops.com.
By the way, I don't want to say she's a big deal, but a whole bunch of people in our Twitch chat room immediately pointed out Taylor Swift's concert tour info. And a buddy of mine who is older than me, who I never, ever would have thought would have texted me information about the Taylor Swift Eras Tour, immediately texted me to let me know that she's performing in Toronto this weekend and then just heading over to Buffalo to watch the Chiefs game. So apparently, Mark, she's Friday, Saturday, tonight and tomorrow in Toronto. She'll take in the Chiefs game Sunday. And then she's Thursday, Friday, Saturday in Toronto the next week. And then after Thanksgiving, I guess right now the final 3 dates on the tour are 3 dates in Vancouver. Hello.
Hey, look at, I like some of her songs. My daughter's all into Taylor Swift. It's on all the time in the house. There are a couple songs that I go, it's not bad. But anybody that puts on a show that lasts that long and it works that hard at their act, you have to have respect for.
Totally. You know how I feel about live music.
Absolutely. And you and I are the same when it comes to that.
12 NBA games tonight. It's NBA Cup. Game 2 for many of these teams in the NBA Cup group play. Heat in Indianapolis to take on the Pacers. Orlando home for the Sixers. The Sixers are 2-9. I know they're going to get everybody back at some point, but this is a hell of a hole they're digging. It really is.
If it were in the West, it would be a hell of a hole they're digging. They win 3 or 4 games, they're back in the playoffs, David.
Okay. 13-0 Cavs in action hosting the Bulls. Are you going to see that game? Hell no. You're going to see the Lakers and the Spurs, 7:30 on ESPN, followed by, well, Memphis and Golden State at 10. Even though Phoenix and OKC combined are 19-5, you're going to see Memphis and Golden State. Just saying. It's LeBron and Steph. That's who they're going with.
Yeah, Wemby and LeBron in the first game, and you're knocking that.
The Cavs are 13-0.
I got you. They're playing the Bulls.
Yeah, I understand, but they're 13-0. Come on. Although I'll say this, LeBron's got 3 straight triple-doubles, and Wemby just scored 50. So I'll tell you what, both guys show up and perform that tonight. Do that for us tonight. I'd appreciate it. NHL tonight.
Is there
What do
even
we
a
got?
good game in the NHL of what the 4 or 5 games that are being played?
Caps in Colorado take on the Avs, who
All
are
right.
slightly above 500. That's really the headliner. We'll see if Ovechkin can keep on keeping on. College football tonight. We got 4 games. You know the one I'm interested in. Colorado State, 9.5-point favorite at home against 2-7 Wyoming. 8 o'clock CBS Sports Network. ESPN2 at 8, North Texas and Texas San Antonio. Big Fox at 9, UCLA and Washington. 2 teams trying to be bowl eligible. And then 10:15 on FS1, Houston at Arizona. So that's your college football on a Friday night. Mark, you mentioned it. Hell of a college basketball night.
Florida,
Headline,
Florida State. I mean, there's
Florida,
just
Florida
so many
State.
good games.
But, Alabama, Purdue. I mean, Alabama's number 2 in the country. SMU, Butler. Pitt, West Virginia.
Marquette's on the road at Maryland. That's a good game.
But there's 9 or 10 really solid college basketball games tonight, if you are so inclined. And then there's the spectacle at Jarrah's place in Dallas. Tyson and Jake Paul. It's a poll question. Are you going to watch it? It's on Netflix.
I'm curious because I've not even talked to my wife about this. When I put this on tonight, I have no idea if she has any fandom at all for Mike Tyson. It's something that's never been brought up in our house. So I'm curious if I put this on, if she's going to go, what the hell is this? Or if she's going to be, ooh, Mike Tyson, I'm in. Somehow I doubt it.
It is remarkable that a man who went to prison for rape is actually as popular as he's been the last 30 years. All because of a few movies. The TV show with the pigeons, some movies. It's funny how you can rehabilitate your image in this country.
There's no doubt.
You can lose it in 10 seconds, but you can regain it.
I hope Tyson knocks him out.
I do too.
I mean, and it would be great if it was quickly too.
I hope it's Michael Spinks. I swear. I would love that so much. And he just turns around and puts his arms down at the side like, seriously? What a waste of time. Pay me my money.
Take my $20 million and go. Great football weekend ahead. Georgia and Tennessee highlighting Saturday, and then a terrific Sunday with the Bills and the Chiefs, the Ravens and the Steelers, just to mention a couple of the great NFL games. Enjoy your weekend. We'll be back bright and early Monday morning, 6 a.m. right here on Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.